everyone. It's 9:01, so I'm going to call the Board of Administration meeting to order. So, first order of business is our roll call.
Teresa Taylor.
Here.
David Miller.
Here.
Lynn Paquin for Malia Cohen. Frank Rufino for Fiona Ma. Lisa Middleton. Arena Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Present.
Kevin Palke.
Good morning.
Ramon Rubalcaba.
Present.
Yvonne Walker. Melissa Willett. Dr. Gail Willis.
All right, thank you. Our first order of business is our Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to ask Kevin Palke, Director Palke, to lead us in the pledge.
Right hand over your heart. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Director Palke. And that brings us to our board president's report, and we have our president, Teresa Taylor, joining us remotely.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being patient with me. And thank you, David, for stepping in for me. I just wanted to start with congratulating the newly elected chair and vice chair of our investment committee and pension and health benefits committee. We appreciate your leadership and we look forward to working with you throughout the year. And I'm excited for our makeup of our new board and look forward to working with everyone. So Women's History Month, this is Women's History Month. And last week we did celebrate International Women's Day. Both acknowledge and focus on the contributions women have made to history, culture, and society. And they bring attention to important issues such as gender equality, reproductive rights, and violence and abuse against women. It's time to reflect on the achievements of the brave and powerful women who stood up for women's rights and paved the way for progress. Women like Susan B. Anthony, Rosa Parks, Betty Friedan, Billie Jean King, Sandra Day O'Connor, Kamala Harris, just to name a few. A century ago, most women in the world were denied suffrage. Today, women in almost every country have the right to vote. What we've seen in our own lifetimes is that change is possible. That's why we have to keep fighting, because there are battles that still need to be won, as we all know. We still need to fight for economic equality, for equal opportunities for entrepreneurs, and for equal pay for equal work. And we are still fighting for reproductive rights. That's why we celebrate Women's History Month, to take a moment each year and celebrate the achievements that women have fought so hard to achieve and to rededicate ourselves to tackling the challenges that remain. I mentioned this last year, and I think it is worth repeating. Women's History Month grew out of a week-long celebration of women organized by a school district in Sonoma, California in 1978. Presentations were given at dozens of schools and a parade was held in downtown Santa Rosa. So we have California to thank for this celebration of women. And I am proud that the top two management positions in this organization, our CEO and our CIO, are women. I'm proud to serve on this board that consists of a majority of women. This is an entirely different makeup of this board since I joined the board. And I'm proud of all the women at CalPERS whose contributions every day make our organization a better place. Thank you all for everything you do. Finally, I want to share the dates of our board offsite that will be held in July. Our meetings will be held July 17th through the 19th at the Monterey Portola Hotel at 2 Portola Plaza in Monterey, California. It is a different venue than our normal meeting spot, so let's take a moment to research the location. Our agenda and topics of discussion will be available in June, closer to the event. And that concludes my report, Mr. Vice President. I'll turn this over to Ms. Frost for her CEO report.
Thank you, President Taylor and Vice President Miller. I might also add to Teresa's comments that we also have a female president of the board as well. So I do want to focus this month's update primarily on two important topics that we've discussed in recent months. One focused on our efforts to inform our CalPERS members and the public on how we evaluate risks to the portfolio, and while the other is an exciting new effort to diversify the partners who really help us make those investments. Taken together, these updates demonstrate our commitment to the principles that all of us embrace in carrying out fiduciary duty, to maximize our investment returns and fulfill, the most important part, fulfill the promises that have been made to 2 million members here who have chosen to have a public service career. So my report in November did focus on our efforts to scrutinize investment risk around the lens of ESG. Those would be the environmental, social, and governance factors. Since then, we've worked really hard to try to explain what ESG is and what it really is not. And I think all of this fighting over what ESG is simply a result of not having a common definition. I frankly don't believe people know what they're fighting about. We hope that a recent perspective article that we had done on how CalPERS looks at ESG, how we define it, this is not a new strategy for us. We've looked at ESG principles and risk factors in the portfolio for well over a decade. And we hope that that perspective article would get some attention, and it certainly did. So our Office of Public Affairs recorded more than 650 messages from our CalPERS members, and the perspective is now distributed through email to almost 2 million of our members, so about 1.5 million where we have email addresses. Many of them were unhappy with anything that might involve ESG, a phrase, again, that's widely used, but also widely misunderstood. Let me thank our members. This is a really important part of engagement with our membership. Let me thank our members for writing to us, reaching out, sharing their thoughts. We do value their feedback and believe that it is an essential component to the success of the system. Members also told us they are concerned about what ESG has to do with their retirement benefits. And some of them told us to stop worrying about environmental issues and just focus on making money. And here's one of the big takeaways from this experience. We still have a lot of work to do. Again, back to defining what ESG is in terms of the way that the investment office looks at it, again, through that risk as well as an opportunity lens. And that also, trying to explain what it does not mean. Many of us have seen these anti-ESG policies and legislatures looking at passing bills that would not allow pension funds or other investors to look at any ESG factors. And frankly, again, I believe that that's a violation of our fiduciary responsibilities. For more than a decade, CalPERS has been thinking about what the three components of ESG, human capital, as well as corporate governance. What do those items mean when it comes to ensuring sizable and sustainable returns on our investments? We began talking about ESG more than a decade ago, long before the rough and tumble political world discovered it. And for years, we have evaluated risks to our portfolios that come from any or all of those three factors. And that's what we mean by ESG. It's a lens through which we assess risk as well as find opportunity. You'll recall in our stakeholder forum, Nicole Musico and Anton Orlich, they talked about where they're seeing opportunities around ESG, particularly around climate strategies and renewable energy, that capital has to go into the energy transition, and we're finding those opportunities more on the private markets. But that does not mean that we would not find opportunities in the public markets as we look at taking on more active risk in the future. But some of our members also wrote to us last month arguing that ESG does not support our fiduciary duty to them. And yet, again, we believe the opposite is true. Conducting an ESG analysis is a means to ensure that we will get paid for every unit of risk that our investment office is taking on. So investment risk does come in many forms, whether it's climate conditions that threaten operations, whether that's cybersecurity threats, narrowly focused corporate boards, or workplace dynamics that threaten widespread turnover. All of those factors can dampen potential profits and the return potential of our members' assets. By examining ESG factors, we're doing the opposite of neglecting our fiduciary duty and your fiduciary duty, and instead giving our best to protect our members' interests. Delivering on our mission is the highest commitment we have. Some of the responses we received to our series of ESG articles insisted that we're putting politics before profits or using our leverage to force companies to embrace a specific ideology. I think I've said this before, and I think it does bear some repeating. Applying the lens of ESG is not a mandate for how to invest, nor is it an endorsement of a political position. It's still a bit disappointing to watch some political leaders continue to twist and bend the meaning of ESG into something that's unrecognizable to the investing world. And frankly, the attempts to scare our members is highly inappropriate. Misinformation can also lead to a lot of mistrust, and that's why we keep our busy outreach calendar to build and enhance stakeholder relationships. The more we can address those concerns head on, be in the room with people, answer those questions, I call it myth busting, the more that we can build trust with those who are depending on us now and also will depend on us into the future. Just last week, I was asked to speak with the members of the Association of California Cities, the Orange County region, which is made up of mayors and council members from Orange County. They visit Sacramento each year to meet with legislators and state partners like us, and I've attended just about every one since I arrived in 2016. I did answer a lot of questions about ESG there, as you can imagine. And, we discussed how it has become a polarizing political talk point and how, from our perspective, it's really not. Rather, ESG analysis is really providing the data we need to make a better investment decision. I also emphasized the concerns we have with divestment and the proposal now pending in the legislature, which is Senate Bill 252, which is on your agenda later this morning. That discussion led their members to take a vote in opposition to the bill, which has been sent to all of you in a letter from their CEO. While we may not always agree, connecting with stakeholders is critically important, and I always appreciate that opportunity to make sure they're hearing accurate information on how we're actually managing the fund. These are diverse audiences, many perspectives, many political views, many different positions, and we really do value the chance to share information with them. And that brings me to one final item, which is an update on our upcoming investment event we're calling Catalyst. There's the brand, California's Diverse Investment Manager Forum. The branding of that is on our screen. You can see the new logo on the monitors, and this is a refresh of the Diversity Forum under Nicole's leadership that we're holding again in conjunction with CalPERS, which was more, in the past it was really more educational, more aspirational, less about action, and we did receive a lot of feedback from people who were attending that event that we'd like to see a little more, activity being generated out of these discussions. So we are taking a new approach this year to leverage the resources of CalPERS and CalSTRS to bring global allocators together with diverse and emerging managers, new partnerships that can bring meaningful and competitive financial returns to our investment portfolios. Catalyst builds on the momentum from our allocations to two external partners earlier this year, TPG and Grosvenor, and they will be supporting this effort directly. The two-day event will feature interactive one-on-one meetings with allocators and managers, while also offering diverse and emerging managers the fundamentals on how to scale their business, fundraise in a volatile market environment, and then also how can they become institutional ready, institutional grade companies that can receive money from other allocators. For allocators like us, the conference offers access to entrepreneurs and innovative firms in a one-stop environment. Catalyst will be in, I'm going to pronounce the city's name, sorry, Burlingame, south of San Francisco on June 27th and 28th. We do welcome investors. I know Nicole has been using her network to invite allocators. We really encourage, if you have relationships in your travels and trainings that you do, make sure that we get this out to that network as well. So we will invite investors, consultants, and third-party managers. Letters go out to allocators later this week, and marketing announcements for all of the attendees will shortly follow. And so I would invite Nicole up if you have any questions around the conference. This is really something that, under her leadership, really pushed into this. We need to do something that's more action-oriented. It's great to get in front of people and tell them how we're thinking about our portfolios, how we're thinking about our strategies. But when that does not result in an allocation, we do see that some of the attendees can get quite frustrated with that. And then just finally, as we welcome Peter Cashin, the head of sustainable investments, who you had an opportunity to meet on Monday, as well as Daniel Booth, who is our deputy director for private markets. That announcement has been made public as well. We're also saying goodbye to James Andrus, who held the interim role of sustainable investments. So I want to thank him for his work to push and advocate for transparency in the markets and ensuring investors like CalPERS have appropriate regulatory environments to push, through, to invest our members' assets. So he did a lot of work here in the U.S. space as well as globally of really pushing for these rules that make the markets a better place for investors like CalPERS. So just wanted to expressed my appreciation for his 9 years at CalPERS, and he has chosen to, he's getting ready to retire, and his last day will be this Friday. And with that, that does conclude my report.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate the report and all the encouraging and enlightening information. So we move on to item 5, action consent items. What's the pleasure of the body? Moved by Mr. Pacheco, seconded by Mr. Pelkey. So I'll call for the question.
Teresa Taylor.
Aye.
Lynn Paquin. Frank Rufino.
Aye.
Lisa Middleton. Ariana Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Aye.
Kevin Palkey.
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcaba.
Aye.
Yvonne Walker. Melissa Willett.
Okay, the ayes have it. The motion passes. That brings us to item 6, our information consent items. I've had no requests to hold anything aside, and I'm not seeing any requests, so we will move on to our committee reports and actions. So first I'll call on Jose Luis Pacheco to give the investment committee report. Director Pacheco? Let me try it again here. Third time's a charm.
Thank you. President Miller. Thank you very much, sir. And so the investment committee met on March 13th, 2023. The committee received reports on the following topics: global real estate sustainability benchmarks, proxy voting and corporate engagement update, CalPERS' trust level review, consultant report, CalPERS trust level review, the portfolio strategic update, and the private debt investment update. The chair directed staff to have an educational session with the committee on the methodology for executive compensation proxy voting and consider how to simplify the calculus, and consider how to document ESG integration and specifically human capital management topics into governance around the private equity asset class. The committee heard public comment on the following topics: climate change, proxy voting, and management of the total portfolio. At this time, I would like to share some of the highlights of what to expect at the June Investment Committee meeting. The current trends in investing and sustainability, the Investment Office 2022-2023 strategic initiative updates, the quarterly Chief Investment Officer report, the private equity investment update, and the real estate and infrastructure strategic update. The next meeting of the Investment Committee is scheduled on June 20th, 2023 in Sacramento, California. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Pacheco. The next committee report we have is the Pension and Health Benefits Committee, and I'll call on Ramon Rubalcaba. Director Rubalcaba, you have the floor. Let's see, can we get this to, might have to hit the button again there. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. The Pension and Health Benefits Committee met on March 14th. The committee recommends, and I move the board approve the following. I'll bring them all together, right? Correct? And agenda item 6A, approve staff recommendation to submit the final rulemaking file to the Office of Administrative Law to amend Section 599.500, Subdivision O of the PEMCA regulations to clarify a dependence eligibility in a parent-child relationship. Agenda item 6B, approve negotiating a possible extension of the pharmacy benefit manager contract with Optum RX for one additional year to run January 1, 2025 through December 31st, 2025. Agenda item 6C, approve staff's recommendation of the HMO solicitation intent to award as described in the presentation to include the following carriers in the 2024-28 HMO product offerings: Anthem, Blue Shield, HealthNet, Kaiser Permanente, Sharp, United Healthcare, and Western Health Advantage. Item 6D, approve the following health plan proposals for the 2024 plan year. 1, for Anthem Blue Cross benefit changes for its Medicare Advantage plan. A, coverage for personal emergency response systems, PERS devices. B, coverage for in-home support services. Number 2, adjust United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Edge Emergency Department copay to $50. I made a motion. Do I have a... Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Can you please call the roll?
Teresa Taylor,
Aye.
Lynn Paquin, Frank Rufino, Lisa Middleton, Ariana Ortega, Jose Luis Pacheco, Kevin Palkey, Ramon Rubacaba,
Aye.
Yvonne Walker,
Aye.
Melissa Willett.
Thank you. The committee received reports on the following topics. The committee received information regarding health open enrollment results and retiree cost of living adjustment. The committee received public comment regarding a provider termination in Fresno County, positive Optum RX service, ACO reach, and appreciation for a letter of support to CMS, and clarification on multilingual communications with members. The chair directed staff to make sure to communicate with members regarding Walgreens alternative options and to address healthcare access at a future education session or board meeting, and continue to look into getting more access in rural counties. At this time, I would like to share some highlights of what to expect at the next PHBC meeting. The committee will meet in closed session in May to discuss an update on health plan rate renewal negotiation strategy. The next meeting of the Pension and Health Benefits Committee is scheduled for May 2023 in Sacramento, California. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That concludes our committee reports and actions and brings us to item 8, our action agenda items. And for the first, I will call on Director Willett. Going, not yet. There we go.
Thank you. I move to adopt the proposed decisions at agenda items 8A1 through 8 as the board's own decisions, with the minor modifications argued by staff to agenda items 8A1 and 5 through 7.
All right, we have a motion. Do I have a second? Second by Director Pacheco. Any discussion? I'll call for the question.
Teresa Taylor,
Aye.
Lynn Paquin, Frank Rufino, Lisa Middleton, Arena Ortega, Jose Luis Pacheco, Kevin Palke, Ramon Rubacava, Yvonne Walker, Melissa Willett.
Aye.
All right, the ayes have it, the motion passes. That brings us to 8B, petitions for reconsideration. I believe that's Director Willett again.
Thank you. I move to deny the petitions at agenda items 8B1 through 3.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second? Seconded by Director Middleton. Any discussion? I'll call for the question.
Teresa Taylor,
Aye.
Lynn Paquin, Frank Rufino, Lisa Middleton, Arena Ortega, Jose Luis Pacheco, Kevin Palke, Ramon Rubacava, Yvonne Walker, Melissa Willett.
Okay, the ayes have it. The motion passes. That brings us to item 8C, Senate Bill 252, divestment from fossil fuel companies. And so I'll call on CalPERS staff, Danny Brown.
Good morning, Mr. President, board members. Danny Brown, CalPERS team member. This is an action item asking the board to adopt an opposed position on Senate Bill 252 by Senator Gonzalez. This bill is nearly identical to last year's SB 1173, which the board adopted an opposed position in April of last year. The bill would require CalPERS and CalSTRS to divest from fossil fuel companies as defined by the bill. The bill defines fossil fuel company as the 200 largest publicly traded companies ranked by the carbon content in the company's proven oil, gas, and coal reserves. As such, the bill requires CalPERS and CalSTRS to immediately stop any new investments in these 200 companies and requires liquidation of any holdings by July 1st, 2030. And I just kind of want to reemphasize that provision because I know a lot of attention, especially in the media, is focused on the 2030 date, but that 2030 date is only about liquidating existing holdings. But there would be a decision point as of January 1st of 2024 as to whether or not to make any new investments. So as an index provider, that could be problematic because we're adding and subtracting from our index throughout the year. The bill includes a potential 5-year suspension of the liquidation requirement if there are unforeseeable market events, such as a war. In addition, SB 252 requires annual reporting on liquidated assets and investments that have not been sold. Also included in this annual report is a requirement that CalPERS opine on how the capital markets can best reduce dependence on fossil fuels and transition to alternative energy sources, while avoiding negative economic conditions that damage public retirement systems and the overall earnings of California workers. And then finally, the bill includes a standard provision that states the bill does not require the board to take any action that violates its fiduciary duty. Based on the Investment Office's preliminary analysis, our estimated exposure to fossil fuels companies is $9.4 billion. If the board does choose to divest the $9.4 billion, there would be associated transaction cost of around $75 to $100 million. While CalPERS recognizes that climate change is a risk to our investment portfolio and can appreciate what the author and sponsors are trying to accomplish, we disagree with the approach. There is no evidence that if CalPERS were to sell its stock in these companies to other investors, it would have any impact on the demand for fossil fuels or reduce the volume of greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere. What will change is that CalPERS would no longer be able to directly work with other shareholders to push these companies to invest in sustainable long-term energy technology. We will not have a seat at the table, and our seat will likely be taken by investors who do not have the same concerns we do about sustainable investments. Now, I know that our proponents will argue that engagement doesn't work or it's going too slow, but hopefully you were encouraged by Mr. Hamley's presentation to the Investment Committee on Monday on our progress, and we need to remember that the transition to renewable energy is going to take time. Therefore, the recommendation is for the board to oppose this legislation because it imposes a divestment mandate and because it undermines the long-term shareholders' work the investment team has been doing to address climate risk and meet our path to net zero. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? Mr. Rufino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Treasurer of the State of California supports Senate Bill 252 by the distinguished Senator Lena Gonzalez, which, as we heard, will prohibit the California Public Employee Retirement System and the California State Teacher Retirement System from investing in fossil fuel companies and require that they divest any current investment by 2030, as long as these directives don't contradict the fiduciary responsibility of the funds. The Treasurer have always expressed very strong support for divestment from fossil fuels, and she finds this bill to be a thoughtful step towards streamlining California's efforts towards divestment in this space. California has continually proven itself as a world leader in combating the causes of climate change by setting historic carbon reduction goals and taking meaningful actions to help prevent environmental destruction and protect communities, especially community of colors who bear the overwhelming brunt of carbon emission. SB 252 sees the momentum of the worldwide divestment movement and joins an estimated 1,500 institutions with over 40 trillion in assets that have already been committed to divestment, including our very own University of California and the California State University System, the state and the city of New York, the state of Maine, the Vatican, the province of Quebec, just to name a few. Moreover, many of the beneficiaries and union members whose retirement future are invested by CalPERS and CalSTRS have passed resolutions calling for the divestment of fossil fuels, including the United Teacher of Los Angeles, the California Federation of Teachers, and the California Faculty Association. Recent studies have shown that divestment from fossil fuels actually improves, not weakens, investment returns, proving that divestment is entirely consistent with CalPERS missions and fiduciary duties. It is also important to point out, and as it was pointed out by staff as well, that there is a clause within the language of the bill which allows the board of CalSTRS and CalPERS to not, I repeat, to not take any action on divestment unless the board determines in good faith that the action is consistent with the board's fiduciary responsibility established in the California Constitution. This means that the bill will not impede the pension fund's abilities to invest and provide maximum returns to its members. So it is important that with these important fiduciary guardrails in place, the Treasurer is proud to support SB 252 and commends the author, Senator Gonzalez, and the stakeholders for their leadership and engagement in this important topic. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more requests to speak from the board. I do have me check in with Matt. Do I do the motion first, then public comment, or should I take public comments now? Okay. So we have a number of speakers who wanted to make public comments on item 8C, and so I'll start by calling up Tim Behrens. Okay, your mic is live, and clock will begin when you introduce yourself and start, Mr. Behrens.
Thank you. President Taylor, members of the board, Tim Behrens, California State Retirees. I'm speaking today in favor of the CalPERS staff recommendation to oppose Senate Bill 252. This bill prohibits the CalPERS board from making any new investments in fossil fuel companies. This is contrary to the board's fiduciary duties to its members and its beneficiaries. The California Constitution expressly provides that the retirement boards of a public pension fund shall have the sole and exclusive fiduciary responsibility over the assets of the public pension or retirement system. Divestment represents a form of active risk-taking that must be considered first and foremost within the context of the board's fiduciary duty and the sustainable delivery of promised benefits. As of December 31st, 2022, the estimate of publicly traded securities held by CalPERS that meet the criteria of a fossil fuel company as defined in SB 252 is $9.4 billion. Should the CalPERS board support this bill, the loss to the fund is estimated to be between $75 and $125 million. Finally, please don't allow the California legislature to ever have access to our retirement fund under any circumstances. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Behrens. Next, we have Jerry Fountain. Yep. Good morning, and your mic is live, so you'll have the floor, and the clock will begin as soon as you introduce yourself and begin your presentation.
Good morning. I'm Jerry Fontaine, California State Retirees Chief Financial Officer, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak to the board on this very important subject. As stated by Mr. Rufino, the Senate Bill 252 does provide that a board does not have to take any action against the bill unless the board determines in good faith that their actions are consistent with the board's fiduciary responsibility established in the California Constitution. You should have that feeling of good faith at the present time. As stated by Mr. Behrens, the California Constitution, Article 16, Section 17 states in part that the board of a public pension and retirement system shall have sole and exclusive fiduciary responsibility over the assets of the public pension and retirement system, and shall also have sole and exclusive fiduciary responsibilities to administer that system in a manner that will assure prompt delivery of benefits and related services to the participants and their beneficiaries. It also states a retirement board's duty to the participants and their beneficiary shall take precedence over any other duty. CalPERS published definition of fiduciary responsibility states in part, the California Constitution, Article 16, Section 17, seeks to prevent such political meddling or interference by others and mandates loyalty to the overall best interests of members and beneficiaries. This is CalPERS' definition of fiduciary responsibility. As stated in CalPERS' strategic plan, divesting in response to an external initiative is outside the scope of the 2022-2027 CalPERS strategic plan. So I just want to bring those forward to and fresh that in your memories. The California State Retirees support CalPERS strategic plan for investing and the investment beliefs of encouragement from within rather than petitioning outside. California State Retirees supports CalPERS' decision to oppose Senate Bill 252. I appreciate this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Fontaine. Next, we have Johnny Pina. Okay, your mic is live, and the time will start when you introduce yourself and begin.
Thanks so much. Pardon me. Good morning. My name is Johnny Pina, and I'm here today to testify on behalf of the League of California Cities, the California Special Districts Association, and the Rural County Representatives of California. Our organizations support the CalPERS staff recommendation and respectfully urge the board to adopt an opposed position on SB 252. Our opposition to this bill is not predicated on the subject of this divestment bill, but rather the objection is rooted in the continued attempts by the state legislature to undermine the solvency of the California public pension system, thereby putting at risk the active and retired California public employees who rely on their pension benefits for retirement security. In order to improve the funded status, it is critical that CalPERS have a healthy investment return. SB 252 would only make this more challenging. According to a CalPERS publication entitled CalPERS and Divestment, divestment limits investment opportunities, decreasing diversification, limiting returns, and increasing risk in our investment portfolio. With employer contribution rates stretching employer budgets, then, it would not be prudent to take action that would further increase employer contributions and put continued strain on local budgets. Additionally, every dollar in investment return that is foregone or expended on transaction costs and fees must be offset by employer and employee contributions, leaving employers and employees to bear the investment cost and transaction cost through increased contribution rates. Finally, divestment ultimately transfers the ownership of the investments to other investors at a great cost to the CalPERS fund and removes the ability for the fund as a shareholder to influence the companies to act responsibly. Due to the anticipated financial cost, our agencies oppose this bill and respectfully request your opposition to SB 252. Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Pina. Next, we have Harry McDonald.
Good morning.
Good morning. Your mic's live, and your time will start when you introduce yourself and begin.
Okay. My name is Mary McDonald. I am the Vice President of California State Retirees, which is the largest retiree group representing over 42,000 retired state employees. Our mission is to protect the pension and health benefits of retired state employees. I wish to speak in strong support of CalPERS staff's recommendation on SB 252. California's Constitution gives authority and fiduciary responsibility for investment of pension assets and administration of the system to CalPERS. We can't let somebody else tell CalPERS what to do. We can't open the door. If we accept 252, we may have to accept other bills that will dictate what staff should advise the board to do. And the only duty you have is to make sure that the retirees have funds until their life is over. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. McDonald. Next, we have Miriam Eid. I hope I have not mispronounced your name. And come on down. Your mic will be live, and your time will start when you introduce yourself and begin your presentation.
Great, thank you. My name is Miriam Ide. I'm from Fossil Free California, one of the co-sponsors of SB 252. And I would urge you to support SB 252 or vote no on this motion. And the reason being that I've heard so many comments about the concerns that this bill would impinge on the fiduciary duty of CalPERS. In fact, there's this very clear clause in 252 that says that CalPERS does maintain its fiduciary duty and only needs to divest if it's in the best interests of the pension. And I think that's important to remember, because this bill is suggesting that fossil fuels are a bad investment. It's urging you to really take a moment and investigate the potential impacts of continued investment in fossil fuels, to look at other funds which are increasingly divesting from fossil fuels, and consider what that might do to support the ongoing benefits for the beneficiaries, not only from now, but through the future. Because we all know that fossil fuels are not going to be the energy source of the future. So why are you investing in them like they are? I urge you to reconsider your position on this bill and rather vote in support, or perhaps stay off if you're unwilling to support. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I don't believe we have any more requests from the public to speak. One more? Okay, we'll wait a second and see if that is someone in the room or on the phone. On the phone, okay. We'll give that a minute, see if we can work that out.
Director Miller, we do have someone calling in the queue. We just need to get them logged in really quickly, so it'll be about 20 more seconds.
Okay, that sounds good. And then I also have a request from a board member to speak as well after that.
Go ahead, caller.
Good morning, members of the board. I hope you can hear me. My name is Chris Murray. I'm Executive Director of the Association of California Cities Orange County. We represent both cities and special districts, as long as community stakeholders, roughly up to 3.2 million people within Orange County and regionally on public policy issues within the state of California and federally. And we urge, our board of directors urges the CalPERS board to oppose SB 252. As introduced, this bill would prohibit both CalPERS and the state teachers retirement system from making new investments or renewing existing investments of public employee retirement funds in fossil fuel companies. It would further require the board to liquidate investments on or before July 1st of 2030. And as you've read, and I'm sure you've already been briefed this morning, the bill would require a report to the legislature and the governor beginning in 2025 on how the board would liquidate these investments. Our board at ACCOC believes it's vital that CalPERS and STRS have the flexibility needed to exercise your fiduciary duties on behalf of public agencies and public employees in California by limiting your ability to invest in specific industries to achieve other policy goals. The resulting lower returns for these retirement systems would destabilize those systems and requires a further infusion of tax dollars to make up the difference. Rather than destabilize state retirement systems that serve our public employees, we urge the state legislature to work with industries of concern to achieve the meaningful changes and reforms they are seeking. And this is especially significant, as you know, that CalPERS has recently dropped from 80% funded to 71% funded, given the economic volatility we've all experienced in recent days and months. So with that, I just thank you for the opportunity to speak to all of you this morning, and we respectfully urge you to oppose this legislation as introduced. Again, my name is Chris Murray. I'm representing the Board of Directors this morning of the Association of California Cities, Orange County, and I thank you for your time and your leadership on behalf of public employees.
Great, thank you for your comments. Does that conclude our public comments? Okay, I'll call first on Director Middleton.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I am going to be voting to support the staff recommendation that we oppose SB 252, which I believe to be very well intentioned, but not the direction that we should go. I commend our president for her remarks this morning with regard to ESG. I don't think you can take those comments out of context with the discussion that we are also having with regard to SB 252. Both come together in terms of our effort as a board and as an organization to be a force for change, but one that responsibly keeps in mind our fiduciary responsibility to our members and to their families. One of the things that we have clearly identified is climate change is real and it is a threat to all of us. It is something that we must address. Today, 79% of the electricity produced in the United States comes from fossil fuels. And as much as all of us wish that were not true, it is. And the renewable resources to replace those fossil fuels simply do not exist today. It is why I think it is absolutely fundamental that we build that renewable energy infrastructure. And CalPERS is perfectly situated to be a leader in identifying infrastructure projects that will help us to build the renewable capacity that will allow us to move away from fuels that are destroying our planet. I think that's the appropriate approach for us to take, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director Middleton. Next, I have Director Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. SB 252 reflects the legitimate frustration with the pace of engagement, but that pace should not be translated as a bad strategy. I noticed, and I also commend the proponents of 252 for their advocacy for a better future for us and our children and generations. But we have to embrace ESG, as our CEO stated, and to state that that there's an ineffectiveness of engagement in ESG in this arena on fossil fuels is, I think, the wrong statement. We have to because of the long-term investment horizon that we accept, we have to recognize the CalPERS as a responsibility to lead using all the tools at disposal, like positive engagement, for example, to lead us through this climate, trying to figure out how to codify these climate risks to get a better, what we would call a just transition. It has to be a path, and I would encourage us to continue on that path. And I would support, and I thank Mr. Brown. It was a very artful worded, very good staff document. Thank you. And I support the staff position to oppose SB 252, notwithstanding my understanding of the proponent's view and the state treasurer's view also. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Okay, thank you, Director Rubalcava. Next, I have Director Pacheco.
Yes. Do I have it? Yes, thank you. I also want to state my position on this as well. In my opinion, the investment conflicts with our fiduciary duty as CalPERS board members. It increases the risk. The investment limits our investment opportunities, decreases our diversification, limits our returns, and increases our risk in our investment portfolio. And also, as Mr. Brown mentioned, it also we would lose our seat, and that's not something we can do. And if this bill was to be successful, we would lose money, and we would not have the opportunity to maximize the return for our 2.1 million members that rely on this pension, because we are here to make sure they retire with dignity and respect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Pacheco. I'm seeing no more requests to speak. I'd like to add a couple of thoughts. I too appreciate the sentiments and the commitment and the activism that is behind this bill and a lot of other efforts and calls for divestment. I think where I differ is I do not believe divestment across an entire sector signaling to the world that we're divesting. I believe that takes away from our fiduciary responsibilities in terms of now our strategy is out there. It's not focused. It does nothing to advance movement toward a just transition. And again, as was mentioned, we lose our voice. CalPERS is a leader across ESG, not just on fossil fuels, not just with Climate Action 100, but across a wide range of risks that we see as a long-term investor. And I think it's not often acknowledged or recognized. We are aware of these risks. We are aware of the risks in the transportation sector, in the energy sector, in the pharmaceutical sector, in the chemical manufacturing sector, in agriculture. These are all tied together. But to do something across an entire sector without recognizing that we do look at these risks, we do consider this when we're looking at how things are being indexed over the long run, but we don't divest wholesale from entire sectors. And that, I think, is the part that I find would be counter to my fiduciary responsibility. Taking a longer-term, more targeted approach, we know there are going to be firms that we can invest in from small to large who are going to be players in a just transition, who are going to be leaders in renewable energy and infrastructure. But those are decisions that we will have to be taking as we go along and looking at over the long term, and not walking away from the table and basically losing our voice. We have a voice. We and other institutional investors, I believe, have a responsibility to exercise that voice using our economic power and using that to ensure that we are getting the best long-term returns for our members. And that means recognizing those risks that we can mitigate and those that we can't, and not simply walking away from those responsibilities and allowing other investors who do not share our values to then have a more outsized voice. I can understand the frustration with the pace of change. We're all frustrated by that. But to simply put up our hands and take our chips and leave the table to everyone else to deal with just does not seem to be the kind of long-term approach that really meets our needs to ensure that we can provide the benefits that we've promised our hardworking public servants who are our members and beneficiaries. And that's what drives my support for staff's recommendation on this particular bill? Okay, so I'm seeing no further, so, okay, 2 more public comments, okay. We have Sarah Thies. And your mic is live, and the time will start when you introduce yourself and begin.
Thank you, and good morning. As you know, I'm Sarah Thies, a happily retired CalPERS person and a member of Fossil Free California. And what I want to talk about is why financially it's time to divest. Because I know that what this board cares about is returns. And per your divestment policy, you do things for returns. You don't do things for other reasons like changing corporate behavior that isn't changing. Anyway, as you probably know, the good times are over for the fossil fuel industry. The volatility the industry faces now is different than before, due in part to competition from renewables. The investment rationale, the prior one, was from a different time when the oil industry was really different. And the idea was that the long-term interests of gas and oil aligned with the actuarial needs of CalPERS. Anyway, so from 2010, basically in the last 10 years, the oil sector has done really poorly. The industry lagged the market 8 times between 2010 and 2020. It was in last place 5 times. Even during the Trump era, when there was a lot of support, the coal industry declined, the oil and gas industry struggled. The prices are high now, but as long as this is so, the projections are for global growth. The business model of the fossil fuel industry is broken. The energy sector has gone from a reliable, consistent blue chip contributor to a high-risk set of companies and national governments with speculative investment rationale and a negative long-term financial outlook. The business model, basically the low cost of renewables brings the financial rationale of the industry into question. The price of oil is now being propped up by geopolitics, specifically now the war in Ukraine. Behind that is the tragedy and horror faced by people in Ukraine. The fossil fuel industry benefits from geopolitical instability, is also affected by it. The current high prices strengthen petrostates, and of course, as we all know, this is sparking resource conflicts. So my question is, are you betting the future of our pensions on war? And the final thing I'll say is that we, Fossil Free California, sent you all a letter that responds to all the things, Mr. Miller, that you just said, which I just think there's a lot of facts to refute. So I hope you'll take time to review that letter, and I appreciate your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have Sheila Thorne.
Good morning. My name is Sheila Thorne. I'm a CalPERS beneficiary and a retired member of CFA. And the memo really bothered me. The memo claims that CalPERS engagement with fossil fuels companies has produced tangible results, but in fact, addressing climate change, CalPERS' own Addressing Climate Change report of June 2020 admitted that only 9% of companies in the Climate Action 100 group had targets in line with the Paris Agreement goals, and only 8% had lobbying efforts aligned with necessary climate action. Engagement cannot successfully change an industry's core business model, as opposed to treatment of workers or more diversity in the workplace. Researchers at the University of Cambridge reviewed 2 decades of research on shareholder engagement with fossil fuel companies and concluded that it was an ineffective strategy for forcing the level of change needed at the pace needed to avert climate disaster. This last December, the House Oversight Committee released a damning report demonstrating that the major oil companies use false net zero commitments to mislead the public while doubling down on expansion and production. For instance, Shell Oil, after announcing new target reductions every 3 to 5 years, including scopes 1, 2, and 3 emissions, the CalPERS report called this a significant impact of engagement, added a disclaimer afterwards revealed by the Financial Times that it will not change any strategy or capital deployment until society acts. It is going ahead with a new project in Nigeria to produce 30 million tons of liquefied natural gas a year and has written plans for continued use of oil, gas, and coal until the end of the century. Another so-called accomplishment of CalPERS engagement is Chevron's announced reduction goals for greenhouse gas intensity in production. However, Chevron at the same time announced plans to double its production in the Permian Basin over 5 years. Thus, its overall emissions will rise. Exxon promised reduction of flaring and methane emissions, while at the same time planning to triple daily production in the Permian Basin. It has shown no change in its behavior since the election of 3 new supposedly climate-friendly board members and has announced expanded greenfield drilling in Guyana. The big picture of engagement is that companies announce misleading targets of reduced carbon intensity in production rather than overall greenhouse gas production, or set goals of net zero by 2050 without concrete interim steps, or rely on unrealistic projections of unproven carbon capture technology. Touting these resolutions as progress towards addressing climate change simply secures the industry's license to operate. Engagement is a failed policy. It cannot be used as an argument against divestment.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, I don't believe we have anybody else requesting to speak in the room, but I do believe we have 2 callers. Oh, 5, so many callers. So let's go ahead and begin with our callers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. First up, we have Susan Perlson. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Susan Perlson, and I'm a member of Indivisible C45, Citizens Climate Lobby, as well as a beneficiary of CalPERS. I've always been proud that I belong to a public retirement system. CalPERS is the largest public pension fund in the U.S. and the 6th largest in the world, and thus needs to be a role model on a global scale. This means being a good public steward for people and where people live in their environments. It is time we stop being one of the largest supporters of fossil fuels, exacerbating the climate crisis that we see being played out with more extreme weather on both coasts, costing lives, and requiring huge investments from government. As public stewards, we need to pivot and to being a much larger supporter of green energy, non-polluting sources of energy such as electricity, solar, wind, and other options. According to the International Energy Agency in 2022, renewables will become the largest source of global electricity generation by early 2025, surpassing coal. So I urge you to be strong public stewards and support SB 252, the Fossil Fuel Divestment Act. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next up, we have Rosie Yakov. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Hello. Yes, I am a CalPERS member. I'm paying into CalPERS right now, and it has irked me for many years that the state has been slow to respond to the climate crisis in this aspect. We are committing as a state, we are taking taxpayer funds from every Californian in the state and using them to fight climate by changing our energy policy, by investing in local politics that will ban gas in certain situations by supporting the expansion of electric vehicles, where we are making large commitments, and then we're fighting ourselves by continuing to invest in a system that, as the last speaker pointed out, is neither profitable nor in the interest of the state. We need to stop. And so please support this change because it is well past time. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Francis Mancia. Go ahead, Francis.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the board for listening to me today. When I was younger, I was told by the adults around me that I should work towards obtaining a career with the state of California. They told me there are many perks to having a state job, such as medical insurance, stable hours, and a nice pension. But now, after having a position with California State Parks, I feel like I'm living in a nightmare. Every day, I experience great anxiety knowing my hard-earned pension is funding climate collapse. As a CalPERS member, I deserve a safe retirement fund that doesn't invest in fossil fuels and climate collapse. I am calling today to request that the board divest the pensions of thousands of CalPERS members from fossil fuel investments today. I also urge you to support SB 252, the California Fossil Fuel Divestment Act. Please note that continuing on this path is sending me to an early grave. Please vote in support of SB 252. Thank you.
Our next caller is Francesca Wander. Go ahead, Francesca.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, I am also a member of Indivisible, California Stay Strong, Indivisible Sacramento, Indivisible YOLO, and Indivisible San Francisco. I am also a dues-paying member of CalPERS as a state employee, to whom I pay several $100s each month to fund my retirement. And I strongly object to my retirement investment being used to fuel the climate crisis in California. What more is it going to take for CalPERS and the state of California to take seriously the fact that our state is burning to the ground? Anyone with children and grandchildren should be completely alarmed at the malfeasance that is being committed by investing in fossil fuels. The fossil fuel industry is not our friend. They do not want to engage. Trying to negotiate with fossil fuel companies is like negotiating with terrorists. It will go nowhere. Every entity that has divested from fossil fuels has seen their investment values increase significantly. So this has nothing to do with financial feasibility. It has everything to do with financial irresponsibility and defeating the objectives of stemming climate change. I am also going on record as expecting my California State Senate District 8 Representative Angelique Ashby to also support this bill and divest from fossil fuels entirely now. Thank you.
Next, we have Megan Shumway. Go ahead, Megan.
Hello, this is Megan Shumway. I'm a retired public health nurse. I am not concerned about having an inadequate fund for my retirement with as long as you're invested in fossil fuels. I am more concerned about having stranded assets that will actually hurt everybody's retirement and those people in the future. I am probably not going to live to see the worst of climate change because I'm older, but I really resent the fact that my grandchildren are going to be affected and that my retirement fund is investing in the very reason that we are having climate change. Burning fossil fuels is what's causing climate change. We need to stop investing in that if we want to have a livable future. And I would really appreciate it if CalPERS would withdraw their money from fossil fuel industries and invest in something that's a lot more profitable. Thank you for listening to me.
Mr. Vice President, no further public comments on this item.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, I have no more requests from the board to speak, no more public comments. And so at this point, because this is an action item, I'd entertain a motion. Oh, Mr. Pacheco.
Yes, I'd like to move to adopt an opposed position on Senate Bill SB 252 by State Senator Gonzalez, as introduced on January 30th, 2023, because it imposes a divestment mandate on the California Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS Board of Administration. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second? Seconded by Director Willett. Any further discussion on the matter? Okay, I'll call for the question.
Teresa Taylor.
I vote aye.
Lynn Paquin. Frank Rufino. Lisa Middleton.
Aye.
Mariana Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco.
Aye.
Kevin Falke.
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcaba.
Aye.
Yvonne Walker. Melissa Willett.
Okay, the ayes have it. The motion passes. That moves us to item 9, information agenda items. And we'll start with our state and federal legislative update.
Good morning, Mr. President and board members. Danny Brown again, CalPERS team member. And as you can see, I have Dan Crowley from K&L Gates joining me in person today for the state and federal update. So I'll give a brief update on the state side and on the federal side, and then I'll turn it over to Dan. The state legislature is now starting to hold policy committee hearings after having introduced over 2,600 new bills. As you can see, we only have a handful of bills currently on our tracking list, but over 1,000 of those 2,600 bills were placeholder bills, which will be amended over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're also working with our health team to analyze the potential impacts of all the new crop of health bills. It usually takes us a little bit more time to fully understand the policy and cost implications of these new proposals. So between these incoming amendments and these health bills, we would anticipate the tracking list to grow substantially for the April board meeting. The legislature's next important deadline is for bills to pass first House Policy Committee by April 28th. And with that, I'm just going to shift over to the federal update and just give one brief update before I turn it to Dan. As Dr. Moles mentioned yesterday at PHBC, last week we submitted a comment letter to CMS on their annual advice notice regarding proposed changes to Medicare Advantage capitation rates. Our comments focused on supporting the proposed changes to the risk adjustment and coding intensity models utilized by Medicare Advantage and traditional Medicare plans. At the same time, we asked CMS to consider the impacts to public sector retirees and their dependents when making changes to risk adjustment model. A copy of that letter can be found on our external website. And with that, I will turn it over to Dan Crowley.
Thank you. Mr. President, members of the board, my name is Dan Crowley. I'm a partner at the law firm of K&L Gates. We have the privilege of being your Federal Investment Policy Council in Washington, D.C. I thought what I would do is just provide a brief overview of the political situation in Washington, D.C. these days, then talk a little bit about the developments over the weekend with Silicon Valley Bank and how that relates to CalPERS policy priorities, and then talk a little bit about ESG, and I would be happy to take any questions you might have. Excuse me. To start with, we have in Washington very, very historically closely divided Congress. Democrats narrowly control the Senate by 2 seats. Republicans narrowly control the House by 5 seats. And that means legislation is going to be extremely difficult. We expect only must-pass items really to be put forward. There are some areas of bipartisan agreement, notably on China, and with respect to crypto assets. We may see legislation in those areas. But I think it's safe to say that we are effectively now in the 2024 campaign season, both for Congress and the president. It seems that Donald Trump is the frontrunner for Republican primary. I think there's growing concern that if he is not the nominee, that he might very well run as a third-party candidate, and that is having impact on the political dynamic in Washington. Most interesting to me in this very narrow, divided Congress is how it empowers the center, because the swing votes, the moderates in both parties, will have a controlling impact on legislation. And in that light, it's very interesting to me to see how Speaker McCarthy is approaching his role. Again, it's a 5-seat majority, but given absences or illnesses, he may have a 3-seat majority on any given day. He has chosen to reach out to Hakeem Jeffries and to work in bipartisan fashion wherever that's possible. And the first examples of that were the China Select Committee, where McCarthy and Jeffries worked together on the, appointing members. All of that was worked out before the members themselves knew that they were being appointed. When it came to standing up the House Intelligence Committee, they discussed appointments jointly, and then they showed up jointly at the organizing meeting to demonstrate that this is an area of bipartisan agreement. We are very hopeful that we are going to see more bipartisan cooperation. But of course, this is against a backdrop, as I said, of the 2024 political season. And so there's a great deal of focus by House Republicans in forcing Democrats to take difficult votes, again, with an eye toward the 2024 election. And we're starting to see that on things like the DOL ESG bill, the DC crime bill. We're going to have a robust debate around raising the debt ceiling, but I am confident that at the end of the day, again, the center of the political mass will prevail on that issue. When it comes to the developments over the weekend with Silicon Valley Bank, I think there's some really important takeaways. First of all, the Treasury and the Federal Reserve have created a new liquidity facility, the Bank Term Lending Program, which is modeled after the facilities that were started in 2008 and then again during COVID. You'll remember TARP, TALF, TTIP. It's the same playbook. It's taking the Treasury Exchange Stabilization Fund, amplifying it through use of the Fed discount window, and in this case, allowing banks to pledge securities as collateral at par. So the circumstance with Silicon Valley Bank, of course, is that they were invested in long-dated, low-interest-bearing bonds. They had a sharp increase in the cost of capital, which created liquidity. Had this facility been in place before this weekend, Silicon Valley Bank would have been able to pledge their bonds to this liquidity facility at par and get the full face value and then sell them at a different time. Under the circumstances, of course, they were forced into a fire sale, selling something like $42 billion in one day. And it's a classic run on the bank. The implications for CalPERS are quite clear. You have been, for a long time, proponents of increased transparency, including in the banking system. You were strong advocates for Dodd-Frank, the regulatory framework that followed the credit crisis of 2008 and 2009. And it's important to note that in the first effort to revisit Dodd-Frank in 2018, S2155, they repealed the requirement that regional banks go through stress testing. They essentially raised the threshold for what it means to be a bank that's too big to fail from $50 billion to $250 billion. And already we're starting to see calls on the Democratic side for closing that regulatory gap. And of course, on the Republican side, we're seeing claims that it was a woke bank focused too much on ESG. Those debates will continue to play out, but at the end of the day, it comes down to the accounting, just as it did in 2008 when the issue was mark to market and whether the banks were disclosing the value of the assets on their balance sheet. Today, it's a different accounting issue having to do with assets that are held to maturity and are not marked to market, even though their value may decline significantly. So I think there will be a lot of focus on that. Talking about ESG, we have been mindful of the need to focus all of the ESG factors on financial returns to the fund. And I think having sat through the discussion over divestment, I think if anyone questions whether the CalPERS board takes their fiduciary duty seriously, all they need to do is replay the tape on the debate we just had. It's important to note that divestment may make investors feel better, but it doesn't have an impact on the company being divested from. They don't care. These securities are being traded in the secondary market. It's not like an IPO where you're funding a new oil or gas enterprise. No, these are stocks that are traded in the secondary market. It really doesn't have an impact on the companies whether you divest or not. What does have an impact on the companies, though, is engagement, and CalPERS has been a leader in that area for more than a decade, and really, I think, has done a great deal to focus the discussion on how sustainability generally, and by that I mean focusing on enterprise value for the long term, and that subset of sustainability called ESG, and you can call it whatever you want, but to my mind, it's that subset of sustainability factors that matter to investors and therefore are the appropriate subject of SEC disclosure. The climate risk disclosure rule that CalPERS has advocated for a long time is nearly final. I think the holdup at this point is concerns about whether there will be substituted compliance with the European regulators, because there they have a concept called double materiality, which is roughly akin to the Scope 3 emissions in the SEC initiative, but both because of the Supreme Court ruling in EPA versus West Virginia and an objective look at the enabling statutes for the SEC, it is widely expected that the Scope 3 greenhouse gas emission requirements will be pared back. And the concern is whether U.S. issuers who are now trying to comply with these new sustainability disclosure requirements will get equal dignity in the U.S. and in the EU. And so far, the European regulators are saying, if you don't have Scope 3 emissions, we don't have substituted compliance or mutual recognition. And I think that's the holdup. But my guess is that the SEC will bite the bullet and issue the rule despite that holdup. I've been working with Bob Eccles, who is a longtime friend, a former advisor. In a past life, I led government affairs at the NASDAQ stock market. We had a project in the wake of Enron and WorldCom and what led to Sarbanes-Oxley and creation of the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board with PwC and Microsoft called Value Reporting that ultimately led to XBRL and to my mind is the beginning of the sustainability movement, which has now been evolving for the last 20 years. We've been working together to try to build bipartisan bridges on ESG, starting with an article we wrote in the Harvard Law School Forum on Corporate Governance last September called Turning Down the Heat on the ESG Debate. We then had a webinar called ESG Isn't Woke, It's Capitalism. That was followed by a popular webinar, so much so that the Bipartisan Policy Center asked us to do another one. We did with them called Where Does the ESG Debate Go From Here in December. And then most recently, last month, we published a piece in the Harvard Business Review called Rescuing ESG from the Culture Wars. And I would commend it to all of you. And I would, again, like to point out to some of the critics on the right that CalPERS very clearly does adhere to its fiduciary duty, as we just observed. So with that, I will pause and be happy to take any questions.
Okay, I'm seeing Lynn Paquin.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you so much for the report. I'm just curious, you know, it seems like there's been a few stories here and there with saying that the anti-ESG forces are starting to water down a little bit of the state legislation. Are you seeing that as well? And if so, what do you think the reasons are for that?
I'm sorry, did you say starting to wind down a little bit?
Oh, or starting to push back a little bit on the anti-ESG, and I forget which states, but I think that some of the state legislature, you know, they came out with a bill that was very strongly anti-ESG, and it's been watered down, and it seems like there's been a little bit of a pushback from the right.
Yeah, I think there's an education process going on, particularly in the red states, which, you know, are really fighting a different battle, right? They are fighting against divestment, if you will, from oil and gas companies. But the people they're shooting at are some of the biggest investors in oil and gas, particularly the big three, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street collectively own more oil and gas than anyone else, and yet they are being targeted as if they're somehow discriminating against oil and gas businesses. But, you know, that's why it's so important to focus on the fiduciary duty. I'll give you one example. The treasurer of Florida very famously divested loudly from BlackRock after a series of stellar returns. And my first thought was, how can he do that as a fiduciary? So I looked up the Florida statutes. And while he has responsibility for managing state money, there's nowhere in the statute that labels him a fiduciary. If he had been a fiduciary, I think he probably would have opened himself up to lawsuits from the people who were supposedly benefiting. So I think there's an education process that's going on both at the state level, particularly in the red states, but also in Congress. I've been joking that the Republicans are in a circular firing squad because they think they're shooting at Marxists, but they're hitting their friends and capitalists along the way.
I think that's a very good point. It's always interesting, you know, I think Jamie Dimon was saying how he's getting it from the red states, saying that they want to stop doing business with them because of all of the disclosure and pro-ESG talks. And he's got people on the left saying, you know, I don't like that you're still financing oil and gas. So it must be difficult, and I appreciate that. And then one other question, you mentioned a little bit about the SEC rules in Scope 3. Do you have any indications on how you expect them to be released and how much they might roll back from the earlier drafts that we've seen?
You know, it's a very good question. I think, first of all, SEC Chairman Gary Gensler is probably one of the most effective regulators we've ever had. I mean, we've seen that in the CFTC. You may not agree with him, but I don't think anybody would say he's not an effective regulator. He has an unbroken track record of something like 82 successive rules that he's promulgated and implemented. And I expect this will be yet another one. It's been slowed, as I said, because of the concerns about substituted compliance, but also because they're dotting the I's and crossing the T's in hopes of surviving judicial scrutiny. I don't think there's any doubt that the SEC is on solid legal ground in promulgating disclosures for corporations. That's what the 33 and the 34 and the 40 Acts are all about. Where it gets a little dicey is going beyond disclosure for the purpose of informing investors about the risks that they're assuming and getting more into social policies or trying to regulate climate change or things like that. So I think they are likely to narrow the proposal in order to survive judicial scrutiny. And quite frankly, it's better to get something that survives now that can be built on later than to try to get the whole thing in one fell swoop and have it fail. So I think that's the strategy. Best guess is that the climate risk disclosure rule may very well be released as early as next month. We're still waiting for the human capital rule. You know, that was initiated by CalPERS several years ago, leading the human capital petition. It resonated, and now they're on the verge of, we hope, promulgating a rule, but we're still anxious because it hasn't been released.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Director Pacheco.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your comments. I wanted to go back and ask about the question about Silicon Bank, and you mentioned that they that on Sunday, I believe Sunday evening, when Secretary Yellen and Chairman Powell had set up the joint statement for creating the bank term facility, which you mentioned is the same playbook that we utilized back in 2008 and also during COVID period. So I believe this morning I listened on Bloomberg that Senator Warren was voicing that we need to have additional regulations or with respect to this. What are your thoughts on that? Do you believe there will be hearings, and will there be additional regulations to, but maybe enhance the Dodd-Frank, I believe, if I recall, legislation?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, a few thoughts. First of all, the failure of Silicon Valley Bank, in my mind, more than anything else, was a failure of management because they knew they had long-term, low-interest paying investments and high cost of capital, and they took no steps to address that problem. On the bill that changed Dodd-Frank, it's important to remember that that was the culmination of many years of basically trying to undo Dodd-Frank. And really what the reforms were tweaks around the edges, not applying the Volcker rule to banks with under $10 billion in assets, things like that. And it was supported by former House Financial Services Committee Chairman Barney Frank, whose name is on Dodd-Frank, of course. But it's also telling that he was a board member of Signature Bank in New York, which also has had significant problems. And one could argue that he had a conflict in supporting the bill and being on a mid-sized bank board. But I think, we're not going to see legislation in this area, almost certainly, unless it's somehow tied to crypto, if another shoe falls. I mean, everybody talked about reforming the accounting system after Enron, and it all went cold until WorldCom, and then within 10 days, they had passed Sarbanes-Oxley. So you could see a scenario like that where there's more developments that generates a bipartisan interest in legislation. But I think, first and foremost, it's going to be an enforcement issue. The regulators are going to evaluate it. The Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco has already said they're going to be evaluating what went wrong and whether they may have missed something along the way. So enforcement is going to be the initial focus. But I think there's going to be a lot of discussion about the moral hazard created by the Fed action, which essentially backstops all banks, whether they're in trouble or not. It gives every community bank in the country the ability to pledge collateral that may be worth significantly less than they're carrying it on the books. They can now pledge it at par to the Fed and get the full value of those investments. That clearly creates a moral hazard that I think is going to be the subject of a lot of discussion.
Thank you very much for your comments. I appreciate it.
Okay, next I have Director Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. Crowley, I had the pleasure of working with you in D.C. when we went, colleagues to D.C., and it's good to have you here. And I'm just very impressed with your comments to your presentation and the responses to our colleagues' questions. So I want to thank you for your work, and I'm glad you're working on our behalf. Thank you. Just wanted to.
Thank you very much. And if I could just say, it was a pleasure to see you in Washington, D.C. We've now had the privilege of doing 2 rounds of Hill meetings this year, one in January with several board members. Danny was in town again last month. There's no substitute for that. We're your federal lobbyists. We can make the case, we can have the discussions, but there's no substitute for principal-to-principal interaction. So when any of you are in Washington, D.C., please let us know so that we can take whatever spare time you might have and capitalize on that.
Okay, next I've got Frank Ruffino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on the previous comments, I wanted to take formally to thank you as well for your guidance during CalPERS visit and for us, and to get us to make those Capitol Hill visits. And it was particularly impressive the fact that you were able to secure a meeting with the new speaker. I think he was just elected 2-3 days with. And as you recall, we had a robust discussion with his senior policy, and we had James from our staff here, which is not here, but if you're hearing, James did an excellent job in articulating ESG positions and divestments as we spoke. But thank you, sir. Thank you for all that you do on behalf of our board and on behalf of our members.
Thank you.
Okay, next I have Director Middleton.
Thank you. And again, thank you for the comments, and most particularly, thank you for telling us that the speaker and the majority leader in the House are actually talking to one another and cooperating. That rarely makes it onto our evening news, no matter what color of news we happen to prefer.
I'm told that it's so bad that the Speaker's staff complain that they sometimes need to find out what they discussed by talking to Jeffrey's staff.
Well, perhaps there is hope. At the end of the day, in many of these states that are taking very loud positions on opposition to ESG strategies, what I'm also reading in the fine print is they're creating exceptions to those that tend to allow staff to continue to work with organizations. Can you comment on what degree you're seeing that trend?
I think there's a disconnect between the political discourse and the economic reality. And as that becomes clear, you're going to see more of the reversals. My expectation is that we're going to have a series of hearings, which is an opportunity to put facts on the record, and we can have experts talking about what sustainability disclosures are, why are they important to investors, and why does the SEC need to enhance their disclosure obligations. The rest of it is sort of political window dressing, if you will. It's Republicans shooting at Biden administration policy priorities, but it doesn't make sense to try to do that through the corporate disclosure regime. And by the way, the calls for divestment are on both sides, right? It's whether it's divesting from China or, there's a lot of discussion about how to use investors as pawns in what are essentially policy discussions. Investors don't have any role in that, right? Investors are neutral or objective. They're takers. They're not creators of policy. So I think these hearings are an opportunity to get facts on the record, and inevitably over time, as people understand what the issues really are, the hostility will subside, but we're not there yet.
Is there additional guidance that you would give us as we try to negotiate, particularly with our members, trying to explain to them what truly is going on at a time when, and I'll separate out the political folks from what has been a media firestorm in many, many locations, and frankly, none of us have as loud a microphone as those that are on cable news.
That's a... How long do we have? That's, my best advice is stick to your knitting. If you focus on the fiduciary duty, I have not had a discussion with Danny or with anyone in the investment office about ESG that is not focused on its relation to risks to the fund and returns. And as long as that's the focus, I'd say full steam ahead. The rest of this is political noise. It'll get sorted out in time. But at the end of the day, you have an obligation to your beneficiaries to do the right thing, and I think you're on that track.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm seeing no more requests to speak from the board. I will mention, it was nice to hear you mentioned Barney Frank. And for those of you interested, a wonderful interview on NPR yesterday with Barney Frank about this whole situation and sitting on the board of this bank and his views on crypto and everything else that went into it. So definitely worth checking out. The other thing I just wanted to, could you speak a little bit about even the broader implications beyond our national policy with Credit Suisse just took a big dive and their primary funders are withholding funds from them. And it seems like the whole banking sector is a little bit shook up by this whole situation. And suddenly people are paying much closer attention to even not especially material audit findings. And it seems to be shaking things up worldwide, not just here with Silicon Valley Bank and the bank in New York. And
yeah, it's CalPERS, of course, focuses on investing in publicly traded companies as well as privately traded companies, but the point is that you're investing on the basis of transparency and informed assumption of risk. The banking business model is not inherently supportive of transparency. In fact, it's an opaque business model, and that's by design because there's a concern that if people realized how highly levered these institutions are, they would take their money out and it would cause bank runs, which is why the whole, in the 1920s, the banks would pile up cash in the storefront window to reassure people that the banks have lots of money, my money's safe, I don't need to withdraw it. The FDIC does the same thing in modern times. It's not to protect investors, or depositors rather, it's to protect the system. And that's why I say the bank crisis in almost every instance are an accounting failure. And I think that that's certainly true in the case of Credit Suisse.
Great, thank you. Okay, I think that pretty much wraps up that part. So on to federal legislative priorities, 9B. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your time and your insights.
Thank you very much.
Well, good morning again. Danny Brown, CalPERS team member. Just quickly on the federal legislative and policy priorities, I won't go into detail on them. They're there for you to read. What I'll just say is that at the beginning of each new legislative or congressional session, the legislative affairs teams works with our program areas to look at our policies, and in some cases we update existing ones, and others we maybe add some new ones. What I want to let you know that these policies are based on the board's adopted policy principles, strategic and business plans. So we use that, we look at those as we're developing these policies, and they're really meant to give direction to my team, K&L Gates team, as to what things we should be identifying and monitoring in DC as things develop and when directed, engage on. So that's the purpose of them. So with that, I'll stop and answer any questions if anybody has them.
Okay, I'm not seeing any questions, so I guess that will bring us to 9C, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Framework, Semi-Annual Update. And so we will welcome Marlene Timberlake Diadamo.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Marlene Timberlake Diadamo, CalPERS team member. Sorry for the rearranging, but I have a little bit of battery anxiety right now, so I want to make sure that I have my notes up and ready for this conversation. So thank you. Let's see. There we go. So good morning. So I'm the Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer for CalPERS, for those of you who may not know me. I know you all do, but those watching. And this is my semi-annual update on our framework. And I just wanted to maybe just take a minute to talk a little bit about the history and the context of our framework. The framework itself was introduced to you in March of 2021, and we did so with the purpose of really aggregating and centralizing the good work that we're doing. As many of you know, that diversity, equity, and inclusion is something that we believe in and have believed in for a long time, and across many areas. And the idea of the framework was to really transparently be able to really show our work and show the impact of what we're doing. The framework itself is guided by our beliefs, principles, data, and research. And it really has 5 priority areas. And I tell people in talking about the creation of the framework that the framework really started with us thinking about what is our mission, what is our why, as Marcy likes to say. And for us, the mission is to pay pension and health benefits to members and their beneficiaries, full stop. And so when we looked at what our framework could be and should be, the criteria really was to be able to leverage the platform that we have, to have impact, and to be very intentional about what we're doing. And with the mission in mind, I like to say that the framework is really the mission is really the what, but the framework is the how. And so what we really want to do is use the framework to show how our efforts are really helping to make CalPERS, a better organization. There was a lot of talk about fiduciary duty, but to make sure that we are doing all the things that we can do to support that mission, both on the pension and on the health side. Oh, one thing I didn't note here, but just so that you see, our framework is really built on 5 pillars. And the pillars really were the criteria that when we looked at the mission, we said, what are the things, what are the areas that we really need to be intentionally focused on to make sure that the achievement of our mission is, that's what we're going to be doing. That's what we're focused on. And so we've centered on culture. And I like to say that if you don't have a good culture, you don't have a good organization. So culture is very intentionally at the front of our pillars, as well as talent management. I think, it would be an understatement to say that you shouldn't think about talent. Talent is, as we know, critical to a lot of what makes an organization tick, what makes an organization outperform. And so talent is very critically at the center of what we're doing. And then, of course, we have our twin missions of health equity and investments for the reasons that I stated above in terms of why they are a focus of our pillars. And our last pillar is supplier diversity. I like to say inartfully that we spend a boatload of money. And so supplier diversity is a great way to make sure that we are being intentional about how that money is being spent. The next couple of slides are really meant to show what I like to call around the governance around DEI. I like to show that DEI is not operated. I'm not sitting off to the side by myself, like a mad scientist figuring things out. It's really done with very intentionally using the enterprise. And it's important for me that the DEI work is actually embedded in the enterprise. I am up here, I'm the face of the work, but, there's a ton of people behind me that are working on this and that have, core responsibilities for the efforts and the initiatives that are listed throughout this report. And so for me, it's important to show that this is, as I've mentioned, a centralized effort. It is not diversity is off to the side. That's one of the things that really bugs me is when we think about, if we think about diversity as being something that is off to the side, for us, diversity is something that is part and parcel of everything we do. It's part of our processes, it's part of our procedures, and we really believe that in operating it that way and looking at it that way, we're going to get the best outcomes. I have to navigate both the laptop and the... I'm good. I'm good. Thanks. So this slide actually shows from an organizational perspective the roles that the branches really have in terms of our DEI efforts. And again, this is meant to show that it is not just me and the folks that work with me, but it is really responsibilities that are embedded throughout the organization. And I think that we're all better off for that. So the next few slides, and I'll talk just a little bit for those of you who are newer to the board, the way that the report is formatted is really talking about, because I come to you a couple of times a year, I like to talk about sort of what have we been up to in terms of the recent accomplishments, and then what's next in terms of what are we going to be working on. And so we are looking at, in terms of culture, I've listed several things that we're working on. Let's see. Wait a minute. Maybe you can do that. Okay. All right. 1 second. Okay, here we go. So the next 3 slides detail some of the initiatives we've been undertaking to strengthen our culture. And for each of these pillars, we actually have, in terms of our planning and our strategic plan, an associated goal, which is a higher level goal, and then an objective. And then the way that we've worked our work is that we have initiatives really that correspond to the objective of that goal. And that's really a way that we can track and really make sure that we are seeing responses that that we expect to see, or if we're not, what we need to do to pivot. Because, as I've said, you know, a lot of this is iterative. I've in previous reports, I've talked about sort of the foundation of the framework, and it really is foundational. It's iterative, and it's aggressively inclusive, and those are important to note because hopefully you'll see threads of that as we work through the report. So three of the four items listed on this slide were meant to improve the interpersonal relationships that team members have with one another, and is meant to bring additional levels of empathy to those relationships. I'm very proud to say that within a short time of the announcement of the gender pronouns session opening up, it was fully booked. We have great turnout, and we'll look to continue programming like this in order to give opportunities for many more team members to attend and gain valuable insights. I'm also proud to announce that following up on the 2 sessions highlighted above, we have initiated a relationship with Out Leadership. Out Leadership is an organization that works with organizations, small and large, to help their members grow in their leadership roles. It is a really good correlation to the work that we do on our culture side, and it was really meant by identifying Out Leadership. It's really meant to show that the work that we do is focused on all of our demographics and not only just some demographics or some individuals. Hopefully, what you'll see in the work that we do is, I like to say that, you know, our reach in terms of the framework and our goals is both broad and deep. And what I mean by that is that it is broad because we really focus on end to end. You know, we want to see processes, and we want to be able to impact change in you know, end to end sort of processes and procedures. But it's deep also, and that's probably where I would say the foundational part of our framework comes in, because we understand that in order to have long-lasting change, you really have to sort of understand, you know, where you have to start. You have to know where you start, and then you have to be able to measure and show those progresses as you go. So for us, it's both broad and deep, and you know, it's very intentional that way, and sometimes it probably takes a little bit longer, but we really do feel that it is worth the effort, because the impacts and the change will be long-lasting. The fourth item is a newly created and implemented DEI certificate program that we piloted. The program is curated from our LinkedIn Learning subscription and is a 7.5-hour program designed around inclusion, and includes training on and a project to be completed as a capstone to the course. This project is a way for participants to take what they've learned and apply it to real-world work environments. Okay, go to the next slide. This slide also on culture really highlights the efforts of our ERGs. CalPERS actually has 2 ERGs, employee resource groups. The first one is CDIG, affectionately known, which is CalPERS Diversity and Inclusion Group, and CDAC. And CDAC is the CalPERS Disability Awareness Council, Advisory Council. And these 2 ERGs have programming every month that are focused on bringing team members together and connecting on lots of different things. We have calendars and observances, and we have conversations about hot topics or even not so hot topics. But it really is a safe space for folks to engage with one another, to gain some understanding, to get some support, and to really feel like their teammates really want to understand and you know, work with them. I have to say, I've probably been attending the ERG meetings now for a couple of years, and I always learn something at the ERGs. And just most recently, I would say that the last ERG, celebrate Black History Month, we actually had a conversation with two speakers, one of which was a Sac State professor, and the other was our former Sacramento chief of police. And it was a really great conversation. And they didn't agree on everything, which is always okay. But it was a really great conversation. I thought it really opened up some eyes to the topics that we were talking about. And then for the last bullet, because we believe that community is not just about what you do to support your own house, the last bullet highlights our ongoing commitment to supporting our neighbor in Sacramento, the Pioneer House. The Pioneer House is a residential facility that serves about 100 members. And during the holiday season, CalPERS volunteers collected items and sent cards to each of the residents and then put together care packages of personal items and winter accessories for those who don't have family members locally so that they actually received a gift during the holiday season. And this effort helped to let the residents know that their neighbors cared about them and wanted to make sure that we brightened their season. And I attended the event where we put everything together, and I think it brightened ours as well. Next. Okay, and then on continuing on to culture, here this slide really talks about the many recognition events that we have, as well as the work that we're doing around our engagement survey. As you know, we have an engagement survey every year, and we take those results very seriously. And then out of those surveys come action items that the senior leadership in the divisions actually work on. And so for us, that's a big event. That's something that will be going on, and it's ongoing now in terms of the conversations amongst the divisions. And then the second bullet really talks about the 1,800 team member events that we've had and all the different ways that we celebrate and recognize our team. I think that it's important, it's great for belonging, it's great for engagement, and we plan to continue to do that and probably add some additional items as we are working through the engagement process. Next slide, please. So this next slide, then we move into talent management. And here we talk about ways that we have supported team members, particularly around activities including recruitment, retention, succession, which are part of our objectives in the talent management area. The mandatory onboarding training is something that we have done because what we have found is that we wanted to make sure that folks, new employees particularly, got their training early on. And so we piloted a program through the efforts of a couple of divisions to make sure that individuals got their training earlier so that they were aware of policies, procedures, things that are important to CalPERS that they knew of before they actually, before they actually started in their roles. And so what we've done is we've made it so that individuals have to complete their training before they actually interact with others or do their roles, which we find is great for making sure that folks, are aware of what the CalPERS expectations are prior to starting their roles. The remaining bullets relate to the tools that we're utilizing to highlight what a diverse environment CalPERS is to work in. Videos showing new employees highlight the level of diverse talent we are able to attract. People want to see themselves represented. And when we show the level of diverse talent, we show individuals that they can actually see themselves represented in the fabric of our workforce. We've been more innovative in our recruitment strategies. The third bullet refers to a strategy to leverage the referral networks of our team members to tap into their networks in our quest to bring in new and fresh talent. I like to call these strategies fishing in a different pond. We know that in order to attract the best talent in this environment where everyone is desperate to hold on to their talent, we are casting our lines in places that we hadn't done so before. And we know that in order to continue to maintain our culture and to maintain and grow engagement, we need to live by our inclusion principles. The last bullet addresses the language that is used in recruitment materials. The use of the tool neutralized the language so that materials and job classifications and duty statements have neutralized language. And so that's important because it is part of the inclusion strategy of opening up our job roles and classifications to broader groups of individuals. Yesterday was a full day of health, so I know that you're aware of a lot of work that is being done on the health side. I think what I'd like to highlight here is the health demographic profile. This work is really critical to the next set of work that's going to be done around understanding the demographics and the health outcomes of demographics. And so we had been on this journey for quite some time in trying to get the health demographic profiles filled out by members. And we have now collected more than 185,000 profiles. The magic number was 100,000. We said that once we'd gotten to 100,000, we would be able to start analyzing the data and understanding the different outcomes that certain demographics, or all demographics really, have as it relates to health outcomes. And I just wanted to give a shout out to the team because they had the brilliant idea of having the health plans incentivize the completion of the profiles. And so we literally went from 53,000 profiles to over 100,000 in, call it like 2 days once that was announced. So we figured out what it takes to get the health demographic profiles filled out. And so that work will continue and will begin. The second primary bullet provides information regarding upcoming changes to contract language and requirements. And this is a good point, I think, for me to sort of stop and remind everyone about the broad and the deep part of our framework. I think what you'll see, particularly as in the health side, is we are looking at areas where we can impact change and where we have leverage. And so we know that contracting is a big part of where we can have leverage. And so as you've seen in previous reports, we're doing quite a bit in terms of contract language to make sure that we're bringing equity to health outcomes, and we're doing it where we can in contracts as well as in other areas. But this is, I think, an example of the broad and the deep in terms of the framework of us really looking at where can we impact, where can we affect change, and pursuing that. Next. These are some other examples of work that's being done in the health area. Benefit design changes and the DMHC work. Again, this is an example. We've talked about it in other areas, and others have mentioned this as well. But CalPERS has the good fortune, I would say, to participate both in state and federal organizations around, name your topic, whether it's pension, whether it's health, whether it's law. But we definitely make use of that ability. We believe that it is helpful for us to be part of those conversations, and we actually think that it is helpful for us to bring, the considerable might that we have together with others in other projects that we're working on to make sure that we are seeing the outcomes that we all expect to see, or that we hope to see. Next. Okay, the next area, moving from health, is supplier diversity. And here again, we've talked about the efforts that we have. Our primary effort here is to understand the demographics of our supplier workforce. And we do so by, we have, I won't get, it can be pretty technical, but the point here is that we have what's called a VSDS, a voluntary data sheet. And we, in the beginning, when we first embarked on this, we didn't have as many people, as many vendors filling it out. So it was hard for us to really get a good understanding of what the demographics of our vendors are. And again, this is probably, I don't want to keep repeating the broad and the deep, but this is maybe an example of the deep, because what the team did is sort of looked at, well, understanding that there's a lot of friction in this process when a company becomes a vendor. There's a lot of paperwork. There's a lot of things that they have to do. What can we do to reduce the friction so that we can actually get the data that we are looking for? And, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes in, it's the first time I'm mentioning data, but data is really important. And I think maybe you can see through all the things that we're doing. It's really critical to the efforts that we have. And so the work that has been done here is really about being out in the community. It's about raising awareness, and it's about helping folks and vendors really complete the forms so that we can then understand what our demographic profile looks like and that we can improve the diversity of our supplier pool. Next slide, please. So, okay. This slide highlights the great work that's been done by our vendor engagement team. Particularly our advocate, who was nominated for a state agency recognition award. And I think as you all have seen this report a couple times, you'll know that our advocate in the supplier diversity side is very highly recognized for the work that is being done. And CalPERS is actually really highly recognized for the work that we do in this space. Next slide, please. Okay. Fifth area is investments. Here we've talked, I think, throughout, as you've heard, both in IC and earlier today, different things that we are doing. Like the other pillars, we've developed our strategies and initiatives around where we can have the most impact. This is why you will see work dedicated in several areas and across many paths. While in many instances we're happy to go first, we believe that there is strength in numbers, and so we are always willing to partner up with organizations similarly situated who have the same or similar goals. We believe that this approach is helpful to overall improvement of conditions and provides a level of transparency not only in terms of where we are going, but who we are taking with us and what outcomes we seek to impact. One item that's not highlighted in the slides, but important nonetheless, and demonstrates our commitment to seeking impact in every part of the process. I serve as the chair of the CFA Institute's D&I Steering Committee. The steering committee directs the activities within the CFA Institute and on behalf of their more than 190,000 charter holders who are employed by more than 25,000 firms. The CFA Institute is a investment industry organization that's dedicated to improving standards in the organization. And so it was really important to be part of the CFA and to be able to demonstrate the commitment that we all have to D&I and to bring it to the CFA Institute. And as many of you know, CalPERS participated through my membership on the working group team that developed the CFA Institute's Inclusion Code, which was rolled out last year. There have been more than 100 organizations that have signed onto the code, and it represents approximately $16 trillion. Diverse manager definitions was discussed a bit earlier this week and was established in the run-up to the AB 890 report. And as both Nicole and Marcy have mentioned during their comments, we are very excited about the new $1 billion innovation and entrepreneurship platform. We are looking forward to leveraging the strategic partners to help us move the needle in the private equity space. Next slide, please. In culture, these items are the next steps that we're looking to complete in terms of our work. And the idea really around culture is continuing to raise awareness, to provide visibility, and to provide a venue, if you will, for folks to engage with one another. I like to say that, you know, this work is really, particularly the culture side, is not a one and done type of thing. We will always be finding ways to speak to team members. We will always be engaging team members and having them engage with us as well. Next slide, please. More on the culture. The items on this slide further detail efforts at maintaining our culture of belonging. Belonging is super important to us, and it's one of the things that we realize is something that really keeps people engaged. It is part of the why and why they stay. And so we are actively and always looking at ways to make sure that we're understanding what are people's whys and how we can help them feel like they belong. Next slide, please. On the talent management slide, these initiatives have identified here are aimed at improving equity and inclusion, some of which I've talked about, some of which we're going to be continuing to do. One comment that I feel that we don't say a lot, but it absolutely is at the heart of our DEI work, is that when we assess processes and embed equity and inclusion practices into those processes, we're making our environment equitable for everyone, not just specific individuals. And it's important to note when we talk about inclusion and engagement and equity, what we're doing is we're making it so that everybody feels that. And when everybody feels that, we feel like, I feel like creates a stronger environment and a stronger, that connection is stronger for folks. Next slide. On the health side, we're continuing the next phase of the work we're doing towards our goal of improving health outcomes. On supplier diversity, we are continuing the efforts that have been, next slide. We're continuing the work that's been done around engaging with our vendors, improving our understanding of what our vendor profiles look like, and making sure that we are doing outreach in terms of the work that is occurring on the vendor side. Next slide, please. The investments pillar is very important to the framework, and our success in this area contributes directly to our ability to accomplish our mission, to pay pension benefits to members and their beneficiaries. On Monday with Samiso and Drew, CalPERS is well known for our events in the proxy voting and engagement. We are going to continue that work as we've always done, and we are proud to do so. And we really believe that it is important to the work that we do. The 3 bullets here mention some of the things that we do, including partnerships with other California organizations as well. And this is sort of also goes to the broad and the deep. We engage in all places where we feel it is beneficial and necessary to do so. Next slide. More on the proxy voting and the advocacy. Next slide. These are additional items that we are going to be working on in terms of the investments office. The innovation and entrepreneurship platform, I know it's been mentioned a couple times, but we are very excited about that work and really believe that it's going to be very helpful and beneficial to our overall efforts in this space. And then the next slide, last slide. So this last slide really is some of the things that we're going to be doing as it relates to the framework next steps. And the things that I feel we are next in terms of our initiatives for developing the framework and being able to really measure what we're doing. So that is the end of my formal comments, and I would be happy to take questions if you all have them.
Yes, we'll start with Frank Ruffino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. D'Adamo. This is, wow, it's overwhelming. I got notes on every page. Thank you for that very comprehensive update, and it's very refreshing to see so much going on in this space. And I want to begin, by the way, to give you a comment before I go into this. I know last week we both attended CII, and you were a panel member. And I was reluctant. I was not sure which breakout session I should go. And then I go, I got to go to this one. Mr. D'Adamo is the presenter. And I did. And I was glad that I did, because by the end of the session, I was so proud to be a CalPERS board member and to see you in action. And you were so articulate and so good there, and articulate our program and articulate just this whole space of information. So thank you for for that. So now to the, let me see, to the actual slide. I think the first slide that I have a quick comment is slide 6, which talks about the pilot DEI certificate program. And I think I saw that too on slide 15, to roll out a DEI certificate program to enterprise. And I have next to that, what about the board? And I mean, I'm not sure, maybe not everybody will be interested, but I think it will be important for us, some of us, if anybody in the board is interested, maybe we should roll out something for the board.
We can make
should
that
start
available
from the top. We need to really show, if we truly are committed. So that's a comment.
We can make that available.
Okay. And then maybe in a second, I know you said it was 7.5 hours, and I did not understand if that's like 7. I mean, I'm not sure how it's been presented, but
I could tell you real quick. It's a curated program. So what we've done is we've gone through a lot of different materials and we've curated 7.5 hours. It's, I believe, 5 different trainings, and that is where you get the 7.5 hours from. And then there's a project that goes along with it where it's what I call the capstone of the program, where you take a project. I'm very big on the interactive part. So you take your project and then you do your project, and that becomes sort of the final part of the certificate. And then when you're done, you actually get a certificate from CalPERS that says that you've completed this DEI program.
And I assume you don't have to do it, you don't have to block out a whole day. I'm assuming.
No, you do it at your own pace.
The other thing that I wanted to comment on it is your Apex. I know you mentioned on a couple slides that you do that, and I know you've been doing that. And I just want you to know that's commendable, and the state treasurer joins in, congratulates, and in fact, in the past, you may not know, but the treasurer has formally presented a certificate to the Apex winner. So she would like to continue that tradition, and she would like to join in doing whatever we can to recognize good work, to recognize excellence, and so on and so forth. So just want to share that with you. A quick comment on slide number 7, very commendable too for having a team that thinks about folks, especially during holidays, the residential facility. Awesome. I mean, but just in case, I don't know if they have any spare time or they want to adopt any other, I always put a pitch for children of incarcerated parents and incarcerated men and women who typically are totally forgotten, not only by their family, that alone, but society as a whole, unless you have somebody in there. So, and we have multiple facilities here in Sacramento, and I will be happy to connect you with some folks they could always use. And there's so many different programs, but I just wanted, just in case, they need to identify some other causes. But great, I mean, great work. Excellent. One more. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm almost done. I learned, even though I've been sitting on the board for my boss for about 4 years, but I just sort of learned about this group on slide page number 20, the partnership with CalSTR, Lacera, and Spheres. In fact, I learned it last week at CII. I was talking with the chair of Lacera, and I was asking him, I go, whoa, when did this happen? Or how long has this been going on? What do you guys do? So I'm not sure if anyone else on the board knows about it or not, but potentially there could be something that we can learn about, maybe, maybe do something. And lastly, establish diverse manager. I know we talked about it a couple of days ago. I think I made a comment too to Ms. Musico and congratulating. I think everybody's excited. I know my boss is very excited, the treasurer, about learning that we're setting aside $1 billion for this, folks. So, so again, just great work.
We're very excited about that.
And finally, I think it is my last note. Finally, we can never say thank you enough to our folks who are working hard day after day. And the fact that your SB and DVBE, which, you know, Small Business and Disabled Veteran Business Enterprise, that's the acronym, advocates, they get nominated. I'm not sure what they're going to get this year on the 23rd, but the fact that in the past they've been receiving silver and bronze, that takes effort, that takes work, that takes commitment. And so I want to take the opportunity on behalf of the treasurer to say to these folks, congratulations, but more importantly, keep up that work. It is worth it, definitely worth it. With that said, Mr. Adamo, thank you so much. I'm overwhelmed by this report. It's great, a lot of great initiative, a lot of great stuff. We wish you well, and please keep apprised. And if there's anything that we can do to help in this space, we certainly love to do it.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Lynn Paquin.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the report. And again, I echo Mr. Rufino's comments. It's great to see all of the things that you've really dug into and the next steps coming up, and especially appreciate the focus on enterprise-wide and seeing all of the different areas of CalPERS joining with you on this effort. So I had a couple of questions and on the certificate program for DEI. And as you roll it out to a broader base, are you anticipating that everybody in the organization would complete this certificate, or how are you planning to do that?
So we piloted it first with our ERG members, and we wanted to really get a feel for what it actually entailed, how was the experience, and then after that, the pilot to the enterprise is really on a voluntary basis. I think we'll probably evaluate as we complete the program, or as the program is completed, how wide we want to continue to offer it. Right now, it's available to folks who want to do it, and we expect that there'll be, because it is a certificate, it really does provide some tangible benefits for folks in terms of the completion. So we're going to offer it, and I'm going to encourage as many folks to take the program as possible. And because it is at their own pace, I think we've made it so that folks can actually fit it into, you know, all the other things that they're trying to do, but recognizing that it is important. And we really think that having completed the certificate program will make not only our team members more empathetic, more aware. You know, like I said, it's really focused on inclusion, which to me, inclusion is everybody. It's not just trying to target or to, you know, specify a particular demographic. So I think that there's a real benefit to taking this program. I took it, actually. But there's a real benefit to taking the program.
I think it's great. And the other question I had was with the 2022 survey of the employee engagement. Are there any trends that stood out to you, or anything that you are planning to focus on this coming year?
I would say recognition is something that we continuously hear, that employees like the recognition that we do and they want more of it. And so I think for us, we are actively now talking amongst our divisions and our branches around what that looks like for each set of team members. And so the items that were listed were sort of our broader recognition events, other than the ACE, which it could be a little bit more targeted, but I think recognition will probably be the thing that we are going to focus on. And one thing I didn't mention, so thank you for giving me the opportunity, is that our commitment to D&I report was actually posted on our website last month. So that's out there as well.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, next I've got Director Willett.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate having this report. I'm really happy to see it. And I have a couple of questions similar to my colleagues. I think the first area to follow your suit is the culture in our priority area. So you mentioned we need to impact change and have long-lasting change. We need to measure it. And I think, right, with the old cliche, what gets measured gets done, right? So I think I'd like to see if you could report back on, first, what's our baseline? I mean, you can't measure the delta unless you know where you're starting. So where are we starting? What's our baseline? Is it that 0% of workers had a training and now X% have had training? For example, or whatever it may be, I think we need to know where we stood, stand, and need to stand, right, in the future in order for us to have that measurement. I think just in general, it'd be good to know, like, what metrics are we tracking? How are we tracking them? How do we have access to information? And I think from there, we'll need to know, like, where do we need to improve? I think in some of these next steps, I can infer where maybe where they came from improvements or where it needed to happen. But I think if we were implicit in stating these pieces, it would be more comfortable, easier for the board to give general oversight and broad direction. I want to give you space to respond.
Well, I think that I agree with you that data is really important. It is really the foundation of the work that we're trying to do here. I think when we rolled out in March of 2021, we actually, if you go back and look at the original report, we actually listed a goal and an objective for each of the 5 pillars. And the idea was to do initiatives that would get us closer to those objectives. So the natural next step in that is the measurement piece. For those of you who follow diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the, the devil is really in the details in the data, because it's not always that one particular thing has a direct causation or correlation to something else. And so what we're actively doing now is exactly what you're talking about, which is identifying metrics, identifying KPIs, and figuring out what are the things that we do that either do or do not, because I think it's also important to know what actually doesn't have an impact or what actually doesn't contribute to the outcomes that you're looking for. And so my goal is that in successive reports that we will actually be rolling out things that look like metrics to show here's where we're at, here's where we are, and here's sort of the result of the work that we've been doing.
Great, thank you. I look forward to that. And then just wanted to talk about the training. I'm a huge advocate of training, like in all aspects. I say no train, no gain. And but I also want to be mindful of creating a culture of learning is not the same as creating a culture of diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? And so, especially if you have an optional training, sometimes an attendance just kind of sort of reinforces the people who already held that belief or who already want to participate in that sphere. But then how do we reach those who, for example, think a training on pronouns isn't worth their time? I think that's exactly who we need to be reaching, right? So I do want to kind of echo the idea of how are we reaching more, not want to say less optional, but reaching everyone so that they have access to the information that's being provided.
So I'll give you an example. In 2020, we rolled out unconscious bias training, and we made that first training. We did it over a 3-year period, so we did training every year. The first year was voluntary. The second year was voluntary. And then the third year, we actually made it mandatory because we wanted to make sure that we were able to instill in our team members the expectations and the conversations really that occur around unconscious bias. And so I hear what you're saying about the participation level of individuals when it comes to unconscious bias training or DEI training. And I think that for us, we make those decisions about things that should be voluntary and things that should be mandatory. And so our certificate program right now is voluntary, but our unconscious bias training, at least the last one, was mandatory.
Thank you. And just a brief question, because I think this will come up in some of the measuring of all the priority areas, but I'd like us to be intentional with how we're measuring retention and recruitment of diverse talent in the organization itself, just in regards to the talent management priority area. And then one more, I guess.
Can I just say that we are? We definitely are. We are definitely looking at those items in terms of our overall recruitment, retention. Our goal in HR, in human resources, really is our objective is to have a diverse workforce. And the objective is to improve retention, equity, succession, and recruitment in terms of our workforce. So the concepts that you're talking about, particularly around diversity and diverse representation, is something that we are definitely looking at.
Thank you. And regarding in the priority area of investments, I think on our emerging manager program, CalPERS has been a leader, an industry leader, right, in that space. And I hope I'd like to know, like, what plans do we have to continue to be a leader in the emerging manager program? I think it's really important for us to get to make sure that we hold that title as a leader or the top best. Do we have any plans in regard to our emerging manager?
I mean, I would say that the work that we're doing now is all wrapped up in the efforts that we're undergoing as it relates to investment managers. And so I think this is an example, again, I've said it a couple of times now, but the broad and the deep. And so we don't want to just have something that's I was going to say that's off to the side, but that's not really the right set word. I think what we're doing is we are embedding everything that we're doing, and we're trying to do it across many different categories and paths. So I would say, to your direct question about what we're going to be doing in emerging managers, stay tuned. I think that the program that we are rolling out and the efforts that we're doing are meant to really improve and increase our representation, as well as the actions that come out of this. Marcy spoke to that a little bit earlier, but we certainly want to make sure that as a leader in pensions, really, that we are, as I said in my comments, we're happy to be first, and we want to bring others along.
In the same vein, that was one of the next steps was to have an updated AB 890 report, and I was wondering, when should we expect to see that?
I'm not sure when that is going to be completed. I could get back to you on that.
Okay.
Updated. Okay, so it was published, and it is going to be published every year for 5 years. We published it in December, I think. December.
Okay, and then...
So we published the first report in December, so the second edition of that report would be in December again, and the requirement is to publish it every year for 5 years.
Thank you. I'd also just like to, regarding investments, as the final question, thank you, Irene, commend our leadership on the proxy voting. And we heard a lot about that on Monday. I'm really happy and excited about that. But I'm wondering if we can share some of the systemic approach to DE&I incorporation through the other asset categories, so that we know that there are major reports indicating that we're not proactive on DE&I. We lose money, right? So I'm curious how we're incorporating, or I'd like to see how we incorporate that into our other asset categories.
So the third bullet, the 2023 DEI survey to external managers, those will go to private markets managers as well. So that would be another asset class. But this is being distributed to any manager outside of the decisions that are being made by our own team. But this survey would be sent out to all managers regardless of asset class.
Okay, that's my question.
Okay, I have Director Pacheco.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Director Willett. She asked a lot of the same questions I would have been asking. But also, Marlene, thank you very much for your report. I really appreciated reviewing it and so forth. And so I'd like to kind of focus on, I was going to talk about a little bit about investment, but I think our Director Willett was able to answer most of those questions that I wanted. But I wanted to focus on the health equity aspect of it. And I'm really passionate about this area, especially the Health Demographic Profile Project. I know that our baseline was 100,000 and we had overachieved almost double the amount, which I find really awesome. With this information and the power of this information, how will it enhance the framework of our DEI? And what are our plans around that? I just want to I want to hear our thoughts about it. In addition, on the health plans, now I noticed that we have the National Health Equity Accreditation requirements. Now, does that also include the aspect of cultural competency in terms of, I just wonder if that's also included in the DEI framework?
So I think it is, but if there's someone from health who can throw me a lifeline.
Julia, sorry.
That's okay.
No, it's yeah, thank you, Dr. Logan.
Actually, Dr. Logan sits on the committee, so she's the best person to answer it.
I can certainly speak to our new HMO 2024 contract because the health equity has been embedded at all levels of that contract. On the patient-facing side, so we have new requirements around social needs screening. On the health plan administration side, we have new requirements around utilization management, grievance and appeals. We're also requiring health plans to be, as I think you already know, NCQA Health Equity accredited. And so that it is also a comprehensive approach to health equity in terms of the patient-facing, the member-facing, and then the quality side, which is, ultimately to improve health outcomes. And to your point about the health demographic profiles, we're taking all of that information and developing a disparities reduction methodology. In conjunction with our partners at Covered California and DHCS, so that we all as a state are looking at disparities the same way, and then looking at targets to reduce those disparities together. So it's definitely a comprehensive approach.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry to brought more technical aspect of it, but yes, that is. I was very curious, and I think this is really going to be very powerful for our members. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Logan.
Director Walker.
Thank you. And I really appreciate the fact that CalPERS takes a strong DEI approach. I feel like it is part of our fiduciary duty as board members. And so I just had a few questions based on your report. And if you've ever answered this in the past, pardon my asking, but I'm in the space of my board membership of asking a lot of questions. So one of the things, Melissa talked about it, you answered it some, but really wanting to understand how we measure, right? Because there's a lot of things that go on. You talked about one event that you did that was fully booked. Well, saying it's fully booked means for me means nothing, because that could be 5 people or it could be 100 people. So what does fully booked mean? So things like that. So how are we measuring? That way I know how to, whether it really means anything to me or whether it's just fluff, right? And so that is how we measure for everything makes a difference. And I understand that you don't measure in the same way for everything, but everything should have a measurement that should come, all the time. Otherwise, I don't want to wait until the end of the process to say, oh my goodness, that absolutely was not effective, and we spent 5 years on it. And we could have made that decision at 6 months or 1 year or whatever.
Thank you for the question and the statement. I think what you're talking about really goes to the iterative part of our philosophy and our approach in the framework. The example about how you measure and what you measure is really critical to understanding the impact that you have, as well as the ability have that impact last a long time. You know, saying that an event is fully booked is nice, and I agree that it's nice, but it doesn't always answer the question about, did the folks learn something? Did they keep that with them? What were the outcomes that came about from that activity or other activities? And so that's really what we're in the process of looking at now. And you're right, each one of the pillars and each one of the initiatives, as we do the initiatives, are going to be measured differently, and we really are looking at what is the actual impact. I agree that we do not want to every year do activities and initiatives and then not be able to say what was the actual effect of those initiatives. Because for us, it's very important to be able to be accountable and to be able to show the impacts that and the outcomes, really, because really what we're about is outcomes, and being able to measure and show the different outcomes that come about. Some things we can probably measure objectively, and other things we're actually going to do, like focus groups. So that's one of the things we're looking at, is doing focus groups, actually talking to individuals and understanding things around you know, issues of engagement or belonging. You know, things like the neutral language software. You know, we can look and see, as a result of using the software, do we see that the pools, the candidate pools, or the folks that get interviewed actually you know, change in any way? You know, what is the impact of adding these particular things on engagement or inclusion? And it's not always going to be, I think, 100%, at least not originally. And when I say 100%, I mean, you know, 100%, you know, that you can say this initiative led directly to this outcome, because that's the next part of that. But what I feel like we're doing is we are starting with a base, a broad base in terms of what we're going to do. And then we go deeper and we go deeper and we go deeper, so that we can actually try to get to that foundational part in terms of how we're going to measure and the outcomes that we're going to see.
Okay.
I know.
But I would really appreciate knowing how we're going to measure and measuring the whole way. I think of it like weight loss, which I've not always been successful, but I think of it like weight loss. If you're not weighing regularly, you could maybe feel like you're losing weight, or maybe feel like you're gaining weight, but you know, you don't know. And so you have to absolutely, so that would be helpful for me. And then,
so, I mean, one thing I would add in terms of what you just said is, like, so the beginning, like when we had our unconscious bias training, the first year we actually had like 83% participation, and that was completely voluntary. But, you know, because folks took the training doesn't necessarily mean that that there's a long-lasting effect. Maybe in the beginning, you know, call it, you know, in the immediate aftermath of the training or whatever, you might see things that look different. For us, the training itself is part of, I would call maybe a layering effect. I think what you'll see in the initiatives that we do is that we are always layering different things. And I hear your comments about measuring, and I think we're figuring out what does that mean. So when we have our ERG meetings, how many folks come to the ERG meetings? Do we see increases or decreases? Do we see representation amongst the ERGs from all the different divisions? If we don't see it, why? And then we ask, what is not appealing to folks, or what is the friction that is occurring in ability to folks, in the ability of folks to participate in these additional conversations or additional events. So I completely understand what you're saying about measuring, and I completely agree that it is necessary, and we're getting there. That's why I talked about KPIs earlier, because we actually believe that having those KPIs, the idea really is to have those measures so that we can report on them on a more frequent basis, so that we can see, oh, this is trending positively, or this is not trending positively. And I think what you will understand when you think about developing KPIs and measuring KPIs is that there's a little bit of a process in understanding that you've got the right measurements, and that the story that you think is being told by the KPIs is actually what you're seeing. So that's the next part of what we're doing.
Again, I will reiterate, for me, and I appreciate everything you're saying, and I'm not coming at this from, not having set up programs like this and measured and everything else. So there should still be, even as you're adjusting, just because you measure doesn't mean you don't adjust. Right? It is a tool. And I feel like if we're saying we're going to get to the tool later, if the tool's going to come and become apparent, then we're not really using the tool. That's what I'm saying. And then when we talked about in recruiting, and I appreciate the, the making sure that it is neutralized language in our announcements and everything else. But how else? Because I think about as we're recruiting younger workers, and the things that are important to them are not the same things that are important to me. And so neutralized language is one thing, but how else are we ensuring that we're reaching our next job pool, right? Because otherwise, just the one thing I'd be interested in hearing that.
So I would say that so maybe the way that I would approach answering this question is, again, to say that, what we are looking at in all the different pillars and the initiatives that we're doing are those end-to-end processes. So when we talk about recruitment, we take a look at what are all of the different processes that that contribute to somebody actually coming in the door as a new employee. And so the gender-neutral language or the neutralized language is something that we've identified as a possibility that could create friction, I'll say, for people coming in. Additionally, we are looking at doing like videos. So we have, we're working on doing videos that identify new employees and talk about their why and talk about their why and talk about how being part of this system is important to them. So I think the answer to your question, and I apologize because I might be rambling a little bit, but I think the answer to your question really is about all the different mediums, if you will, that we have at our disposal, and luckily we have a great public affairs team that can help us with this stuff. But with all the different mediums that we have available to appeal to various team members and likely team members. And so I think that the videos is one, the work that we do with the ERGs is another, the items around retention, what I call fishing in a different pond, looking for different ways to bring in folks that we wouldn't normally have looked at, but we feel like it is a great way now to go out and go after those folks and to show them really that this is a place that you want to be. And we have folks that are just like you. And I think I said it earlier in my comments about representation. People want to see that they see folks like them there. And no matter how they define themselves, because as you all know, our definition of diversity is very broad. But what we want to be able to show folks is that there's a place for you here. And we're going to do that in the very different mediums that we have available to do that.
All right. And then the health demographic data that we're gathering, and the initial target was 100,000, right? We felt that would be a good enough pool to start analyzing, and the info. So have we started analyzing? I realize we're at, oh, God, Don.
It's a great question.
And let me just say, it's okay if I ask a bad question. You don't always have to say it's great.
I wouldn't say, I would
Okay,
just be
good.
silent if it wasn't
Good,
a good
I appreciate
question.
that.
Probably wouldn't say that's a terrible question, but I wouldn't say it's a great question. But that is, in fact, a great question. Mostly because it gives me an opportunity just to kind of talk about the 100,000 figure, and if Julie wants to join, she's more than welcome to, but I think probably I'm good. 100,000 was the bare minimum to start doing demographic analysis. Does not let us do all the analysis that we want. Having many more is good, is much better. Having more still is much better. We've been working with our partners to try to figure out how we, over time, get significantly more through changes in our processes. sort of passively asking for the information as people make changes gets us only so far, and then the active steps that we took were great, but we've sort of plateaued. All three organizations handle it modestly differently. We've started some analysis. Mostly we've been working on framework because we want to make sure we're doing, as Julia pointed out, we want to make sure we're doing it consistently so we don't, at the end of the day, end up with different different definitions of disparities, different ways of accounting for them. That would be disastrous to us as a state trying to get our hands around this issue. So initial analysis, and if we can talk about it at a future meeting and kind of go into it, but initial analysis is prioritizing the areas that we talked about yesterday, like colorectal cancer screening, both because they're most important just in terms of being population health drivers, but also because we chose those markers because they are disparity indicators in themselves. We see high rates of disparity in those areas, so they're particularly important from a health equity perspective as well. So we can share, we can kind of go through where we are. We can sort of continually update you about what we're seeing, but I think it's going to be a good conversation to stay on going forward. Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, Don's absolutely right. It's something that we need to be very methodical about in terms of how we analyze the data, and our partners at Covered California and DHCS are so important in all of this as well. And also to the fact that the 4 or 5 measures that we've chosen are disparity sensitive. And as an example, we chose colorectal cancer screening. We have about 320,000 people in our CalPERS membership right now who are eligible for colorectal cancer screening. Colorectal cancer screening is something that people of color tend to have lower screening rates, and as a result, they have increased rates of early colorectal cancer and delayed treatment. So that is something that we're absolutely focused on in terms of eliminating those disparities. And each one of the other measures that we've chosen is also disparity sensitive. That being said, we will also need our plans to be partners in this, and as I mentioned earlier, we've included a lot of that in our contract. By 2025, the health plans are required to have identified disparities and started to create targets and start with the elimination of these disparities. So it's a methodical approach, but with a very specific goal in mind.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, and the reason I ask this because I'm aware that like when you get data, you just start, you have your initial look, but I mean you're using that data for a very long time, right? And so it's not like it's a one and done. Each time you're going to find out something different, and you're able to take different cuts and use it in different ways, like they do that with the census, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, okay. So that's why I was asking. And then one last comment I want to make. So, and I really appreciate the fact that you have the unconscious bias training. One of the things, having gone through it myself, was recognizing that I too had unconscious biases, which before I took the training, I would have said I didn't. I was perfect, but apparently I'm not. But the other thing that I think is important is not just to take the training, right? But what is the follow-up with the people that are taking the training? Because if you don't have that, it becomes one of those trainings where you've got to mark it off your book, kind of like our harassment training, like where you have the training, but then you have to be butt in your seat for X amount of time, which is kind of crazy to me. It doesn't make sense. It has nothing to do with learning and more about like, oh, we're proving that you're doing this, but it really Has nothing to do with helping for harassment. So I will just put that out there. So making sure that how we follow it up, what we follow it up with on a regular and ongoing basis.
So thank you for that comment. I think this is an opportunity maybe to just revisit sort of the philosophy, because I think what you're talking about when you talk about the unconscious bias training and talk about what is the actual learning or how is that actually applied and for how long in terms of the learnings that come from that is, our philosophy really is that we have tools, and I'll use the word tools because I think that they're tools, that we have tools available to folks that are constant and continuing. And that's really a goal. So when we talk about, the things that we do, whether it's the unconscious bias training, whether it's all the other trainings that actually are available to every single team member, that all they have to do is go learn and sign up for different trainings, whether it is the ERG conversations or the other things that we do, we really are making sure that DEI and the work that we're doing around DEI is something that is ever present. It is not okay, it's that time of the year where you have to do your DEI training. It is available to everyone, all the time. And it really is a function of being able to curate really that level of detail, that level of work, and then to tie that to the measuring question about how do we make sure that the things that we allow or avail people to, it actually inures to a benefit. And that really is what we're looking at in terms of like our engagement. We really put a lot of effort on the engagement survey, and we actually have measurements that come out of that to help us understand where we are achieving and what we are achieving in terms of engagement. So it is, it's very important to us, I think, to answer your question about, what are we doing and how do we make sure that all the great things that we do not only show up day to day, but are embedded in the work that we do. And that's when I talk about sort of the processes. So, the end-to-end processes that we look at, when we look at the HR work, when we look at the recruitment work, the retention work, all of that we understand contributes to an overall sense of engagement and belonging and the outperformance of an organization. There's a reason why culture is at the top of our list, and talent management and development. And then, the great work that the health equity team, I think what Dr. Logan and Dawn showed is that, again, it's that end-to-end sort of process around where do we have an impact and what can we do? And by focusing on either contracts or focusing on influencing or focusing on the demographics, it's showing that at every single point, our goal is to be in it, to make decisions, and to be able to leverage what we have access to really improve the outcomes of, whether it's members on the pension side for pensions, whether it's health outcomes, whether it's culture and engagement and talent management and development for employees.
No, and I understand that, and I do appreciate that, and I do appreciate that view, but right, one more. It's just kind of like when I first started with state service, right? Training was a big thing. I took Excel 4 times because I figured out they were going to pay for training dollars. I wasn't using Excel on the day-to-day in my regular work. I took it 4 times just to get out of the office or just to do something different. Or, as another example, right, the Rooney Rule that the NFL did, which was a great rule. But you know what? It was a rule on paper that had no impact or change. And I want to make sure that what we're doing here is not window dressing that looks good, but it's actual meaningful. And if we're not measuring it, and if we're not looking at it, and if we're not looking at how not only they have the training, but like you said, how is it sticking? How is it sticking? And, if we're not having something to do that, I would venture a guess that it's not, but will look good, and we can always point out, hey, we're doing this. But it will not have the same impact of what we're looking, and that is most important to me.
I agree with that, and I think that it's important to all of us, actually. I mean, for us, there is no purpose really to do a lot of these efforts around training or engagement or what have you if it doesn't actually stick. I mean, one of my very first comments in talking about the framework was that we wanted to do something that was going to be long lasting. We didn't want to do something that was going to, be a one and done and then everybody sort of puts it on the shelf and forgets about it. There's a reason why all of our activities are embedded in all of the different processes. There's a reason why the health folks can get up here and talk about it, or Brad can get up and talk about it, because it's something that everybody works on. It's something that everybody is accountable to. Yes, I'm the person that's, answering a lot of the questions today, but at the end of the day, there's, like I said, a whole team of people here that really believe in this work, and they've taken it on, and they're helping to move it forward. So I would say to you, I really appreciate the questions and the comments around measurement, because that is super important. And I guess the only other thing I would add is that the approach really that we've taken in the iterative side is to take some time and look at what we're doing and then make sure that we can identify what are those things that are having that impact, because we want to do more of that and less of the things that don't.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we've gone way over 3 hours without a break. So I think at this point, we should probably finish this conversation after lunch, because I have several more people with questions that want to speak. And so let's recess for a lunch break and come back at 1 o'clock.
They was gonna follow through on all this stuff.
Yeah.
That's it.
welcome everybody back. Hope you had a nice break and a nice lunch. Sorry we went so long. I will try not to do that in future. So we'll jump right back in, and I had a couple more requests to speak, but my screen is kind of blank. I remember the first one in the queue was Ramon, so for others, just hit your button and we'll get you back in the queue. So Director Rubalcava.
Thank you, Mr.
Let me click it again here. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Miller, and thank you for the presentation. I'm glad we had all the discussion about measurement, because that was one of the questions I had, and I'm glad. So I do want to pursue the question about culture. So that was the way you started your presentation. You said a very good statement that we need to know where we start. So, I mean, I guess it follows we need to know where we stand, how we're going to get there. I mean, we need to understand where we are. And there was, in one of the slides, there was a reference to the employee engagement survey. And Lynn Paquin asked about some of the results, which I was going to ask. And you mentioned recognition. And one of the slides talked about, I just closed my thing, about belonging and something like that. Yeah. So I think that's an important thing that we should see, that's a starting point. I mean, I'm glad we did the employer engagement survey, but we should get a sense of what are those results. How many people participated, other than recognition, a sense of belonging, what else is there? And I think that's also very telling. So I guess the follow-up is, the next steps, you correctly stated we're going to engage with team members, but the question is how, and how do we know things are getting closer, tighter as a group, as a culture. So that was just basically as, I had some other questions. I mean, the discussion was very good because I brought the health equity, but I don't want to bore I mean, I already spoke with Donna and Dr. Logan on that. So I guess my question is, what are the next steps to because to use your term, expand our internal outreach efforts? That's what I want to know. I mean, those are the right statements, but what are those steps, and what are the results, and how do we...
Please enter the meeting password, followed by...
I think Kelly's dialing into the call-in studio for public comment.
Enter the meeting password.
Why don't I take kind of the history of the employee engagement survey.
Just enter the number.
Yeah, exactly. Which number do you want? And then I'll turn it over to Marlene for current events. So when 2016 came in, employee engagement surveys were being done on an every 2-year cycle. And as a part of our, initial onboarding of me and the executive team, they really came to me and said, every 2 years is not sufficient to really understand what's happening in the organization. So we changed that to a 1-year cycle and put in a lot of effort to get the participation rate up. So the participation rate, I would say 6-7 years ago, was roughly 40 to 50% of the organization. This last year was 72%. The year prior was over 80%. And the reason we push as hard as we do on the participation rate is that we want the results to be reflective of the broader organization. That if we get a lower participation rate, what we understand is that sometimes people who take those types of employee engagement surveys or employee satisfaction surveys are typically those that are not as satisfied. So the higher the participation rate, the more likely it is that it really covers your entire employee population. So we've been pretty happy with it, having that downtick post-pandemic. I think we'll see that go back up in October. We did take a 1-year hiatus when we were all quarantined at home. We did not do the annual employee engagement survey at that time, but we did do some spot surveys on how things were working. So what we do, and there are very specific questions in here. We've changed the tool one time. But it really is around engagement and understanding what promotes engagement and understanding what detracts from engagement. And so a couple of the questions this time, and very different results, to be very clear, very different results this time than prior to the pandemic. So we are going to really work with our teams to understand the difference. The only difference from an operational standpoint is our hybrid work environment and the choices we made around telework. So we need to really delve into how much of your reduced satisfaction is related to your telework schedule versus other factors in the organization that we have, that we've made decisions about, maybe differently. Is it leadership? The highest scoring engagement question this year was the relationship they have with their manager. It's the highest scoring. So those employee manager relationships, extremely, extremely high. And that's something we want to reinforce. That's something we want to recognize our team for. And, when we do these work plans, so each manager who has at least 5 direct reports gets an individual report. So they can see their top areas where they're performing well, and they can see the bottom areas where we need to do some work to get those scores up or that engagement up. For the most part, I think generally across the organization, the manager relationships top scoring. The 2 bottom scoring or 3 bottom scoring were, as Marlene indicated, recognition. And so we really need to understand what that is. And so we've been doing some focus groups. Each of the executive teams are doing those types of settings with their own employees to really understand. When you talk about recognition, it really does mean different things to different people. And we need to get a better understanding of whether this is programmatic, whether this is that the recognition programs we had in place prior to the pandemic, have those resumed at the same level. And some of the early feedback, ad hoc as it might be, but some of the early feedback I'm getting personally through middays or through new employee orientation, things of that nature, is that we've not completely resumed all of those recognition programs that were so important to people prior to the pandemic. So that's an area, but we really want to test that and validate it through focus groups with our employees. The second one, as Marlene indicated, is this sense of belonging, that they feel less of a sense of belonging to CalPERS as they did prior to the pandemic. When we check with the survey provider, across the universe, that score is lower, that people kind of broke up with their employer during the pandemic, and that loss of connection has really meant more turnover, frankly, that sense of loyalty and connection to working for a particular employer was really lost in that 2 years that people spent 100% of their time working remotely. And so another focus group would be, well, how do we get back to that sense of belonging? Some of that is making sure that we resume our in-person events, that we quit. We're requiring people to be in the office 3 days a week, yet we're still using Zoom as a primary platform for meetings. That doesn't make sense to people when they're sitting in their workstation or their office and they're still on Zoom. So an example of that is new employee orientation a year later is resuming in person this month. So we've got to set that, kind of set the standards, set the behaviors, the leadership behaviors, determine the culture of an organization, and we have to be really deliberate about returning to really the routines, whether they're leadership routines, whether they're recognition routines, but really getting this organization back to where it was pre-pandemic. And it's going to take some time. 1 year is not going to do it. That was such a shock to everyone's system, the culture around the world. Every employer is going through this right now. And, trying to be patient about, we've made this decision that we're an office-centric enterprise. And now that we've made this decision, now let's figure out how do you be successful in this kind of operational mode versus how we were prior to the pandemic when we were 5 days in the office together. And, people are pretty open. I think there will be full participation in the focus group. The engagement results give you an indicator of where you want to focus, and that's why we have to do the focus groups, because we could implement something that had no reason or no attribution to why that question scored lower. So we really have to pull that from our employees. And then the third one, sense of belonging, recognition, there's one more. That was the lower scoring. Why am I missing it? Oh, it is essentially the handoff of work. And this
the what?
Handoff of work, like I understand how my work impacts, my coworker. I understand how my work, impacts the program that's receiving my work. But it's kind of that handoff at work and really understanding the flow of processes at CalPERS. Now, interestingly enough, that is the lowest scoring from pre-pandemic as well. So we've not made a lot of progress there. And really working to try to understand what that is has been a bit difficult. But we're hoping, again, through the use of focus groups and really getting employee ideas about how to improve it, will be helpful. So I'll just turn it over to Marlene if there's anything that you would like to add.
I mean, the only thing I think I would add to what Marcy said is really just to highlight the fact that the work that we're doing is very much iterative. It is looking at everything and asking questions and getting results and then checking in. And so, you know, it's focus groups, it's surveys, it's lots of different, if you will, sort of interventions or ways that we can talk to people to understand what's on their mind. Some people are very comfortable sending Marcy direct emails, and then other people aren't. And so figuring out how is the best way for people to communicate with their leadership, whether it's us on the executive team or their managers, what it is that they need or what it is that they're seeing. And so I think we're putting a lot of work and a lot of effort into making sure that we are open and that we are listening to what our team members are saying and what they are saying they want or need.
Well, thank you for that. There seems to be a disconnect between, I mean, if there's a strong, which I'm happy, strong relationship with their manager, and yet there's a lack of recognition, it seems like counterintuitive. But the other part, I guess, that falls from that is, if there is an issue like dissatisfaction, how do they communicate that? I mean, I don't think everybody should be sending the email to the CAO. Right. There should be other processes available, and what are they, and how are they communicated and promoted in the workplace? So people feel comfortable if they have an issue, where to raise it. How do they know where to raise it? That kind of stuff. Like, I know one employer has, I think they call it Office of Equity or something like that, where they can follow things up, and that's away from their regular chain of command. But what do we do here? What do we have, or what are the options?
So I think we have multiple channels that if an employee is feeling like they're not being treated well at work, whether that is a behavioral issue with their leadership, or it's that they're not having a promotional opportunity that they think they're entitled to, whatever that might be, there are multiple ways. Now, what I really like about this year's results is that relationship with their direct leader. If they have that trusted bond with their leader, they're much more likely to talk to them about the things that are not working, that there isn't an environment or a culture of fear. I do not sense that anywhere in this organization. It is a very open, people talk. I don't sense that anywhere. Now, if you have an issue that maybe you're not as comfortable talking to your leader about, we have our human resources team. They can go directly there. We have an ethics complaint hotline. You can make complaints anonymously. Those are followed up very, very directly. And so I think you have multiple ways in which, if you're dissatisfied with something at CalPERS, there are many places and people you can talk to. I would say the other thing that we've done culturally is try to remove this chain of command notion that you can't talk to someone outside of your chain of command. Like, if you have an issue with your direct leader, your manager over that leader should be open and willing to talk with you about it. Every indication I have with our senior leadership council in particular, we're really careful about who we hire and the leadership behaviors that are appropriate to create that culture where people are open and not fearful. It is here. And you know, I think that's reinforced and measured by our employee engagement survey. But you can talk to HR, you can talk to your entire chain of command, you can talk to me, and people do talk to me. You can talk to Marlene. Marlene is having open office hours where she's just walking around and talking, you know, so I have open office hours for anyone who wants to pop in and talk to me. I think having the open door policy that all of my leadership has, that anyone throughout the chain of command can go and talk to anyone on this team at any point in time. And I think people feel very safe in that kind of environment. I don't believe we don't get complaints. I've talked to you about this in my personnel update. We do not get complaints around the things that would really trouble me. That we do have this culture, I think, where leadership behaviors matter. People see that leaders are operating in a certain way in which, you know, they can have that trusted bond or that trusted relationship. If I felt like we had significant leadership problems, those leaders wouldn't be here.
Well, that's good to know. I guess my final question would be, I'm looking forward to when the next employee engagement survey is, and I would hope that the results, all the results, are communicated to us. And I'm curious to make sure that maybe there could be a question or somehow that I want to make sure that those avenues you laid out, seem a lot of them are very well known to everybody in the Army, because I'm glad there's not a sense of fear, but it also means that in a workplace, it could also mean that if there's like a recognition, people may not know where to turn, or they just keep quiet, I suppose. I mean, not being fearful is not the same, it's a good thing, but not feeling engaged is something, it's just as bad sometimes. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, next I have Director Pacheco.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Marcy, for your comments, and thank you, Director Rubalcaba, for your comments on the survey. Just kind of a follow-up with him, but more of the actual design. Who actually design? I'm just curious. Who designs the employee engagement survey? Is it done by a consultant, or are we doing it internally, or is it kind of a combination of both? Can you just elaborate on that?
Yeah, it's being done externally by a provider. I think it's McLaughlin. Is it? What is that? Perceptics, excuse me. Perceptics. That's our second vendor. And the questions are really distributed across public sector, private sector, but it's the same set of questions. We can modify, we can add additional cultural questions, which we have done, because there are things that we might want to measure, differently than what the Perceptic standard instrument would provide. And they get the results. We don't know who. There's no attribution to where the results are coming from. We get them rolled up at least a 5-person level, so it isn't pointing at any particular individual. I think the fact that we've always had, or more recently over the last couple of years, have had such a high turnout that people do trust the process, that they can, put their comments and their viewpoints in there. And one, they will be acted on. Every leader in this organization, as a part of their annual performance appraisal, takes the employee engagement survey results for themselves, and they work with their teams to create an action plan. And typically it is what one thing do you want to improve, and what one thing do you want to reinforce? Because there are really good things that you don't want to see minimized that are working really well for a team. So you want both of those emphasis areas. What's one thing you want to improve? What's one thing that you want to continue to recognize and reinforce?
I see. Okay. And we get, and this is done again every
October.
Every October, and then we get, do we get a result sort of like in an aggregate, big picture, PKIs? I'm just trying to.
So we, I don't think we've done an agenda item on the October survey yet, but typically what we would do is wait until all of the leaders have gotten their work plans in, so we can see which areas are emphasis areas, which areas are improvement areas, and then we would do a report out.
Okay. And then the methodology again is established by the consultants.
Perceptics.
The Perceptics. Okay. Very good then. Thank you very much.
Okay, I see no more requests to speak. So I think that's a wrap. And thank you again for all this fabulous information, the discussion. I think my colleagues and everyone has been very enlightening, and it continues, as many of the other presentations to me, to be very encouraging, and I just appreciate all the hard work of the whole team that went into all this. So that moves us on to summary of board direction.
Okay, just a couple of items that I noted down, even though Mr. Miller, you'll have to determine whether these are board direction. They came out of the conversation. So sending the DEI certificate to the board. You're good with that one? Let's see. Learn more, do an agenda item on the California Fund Diversity Initiative that's shared between us, CalSTRS, LaSera, and is it OFERS? San Francisco Employee Retirement System.
Yep.
Let's see. And then I think just based on the measurement conversation, it's time to bring Sabrina Hutchings back to our offsite to go through all of our enterprise performance management systems, starting at the strategic level, the operational level, all the core process measurements, all the outcome measurements. And then the recent addition would be all the KPIs that answer the 3 questions. How do you know full-time work is assigned, full-time work performed, and the quality of that work? We can also pull together the measurements that we're looking at on the DEI framework as well, within the constraints that we have around certain types of targets that we cannot set.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's been a little while and we've got so many new board members. I think that would be a really welcome presentation and would help us understand and not have to spend quite as much time on the subject in future. Okay, I think that about does it. So at this point, are there any further public commenters? No, no more public comment. So at this time, I think we will recess from open session into closed session, and we will return into open session after our closed session convene. Okay, and we'll just clear the room and go right into it. we covered items 1 to 3. And so without any objection, oh, it's not live yet. Oh, okay. Okay, now we're live. Welcome back to open session. We just finished our closed session where we covered items 1 to 3 from the closed session agenda. And so with no objection, I will adjourn this month's Board of Administration and Committee meetings. Seeing no objections, we are adjourned. Thank you all for joining us.